there's so many goalers. So this will give you a chance to create a profile, upload video, academic, accolade, athletic accolades, and you can actually contact the coaches through this platform. So it's almost ready to launch. Get on the wait list, and you'll get a free guide that is going to talk about everything you need to know about the college recruiting process and when college coaches can talk to you and can't talk to you, and what you should be doing now at your age. Also, you'll get a free month of Striking Showcase if you get on that wait list right now. Okay, we are using goal metrics to track the scores today. So you'll see QR codes that will allow you to go right to the score, and you can hit the drop down. It'll say cut line. You'll see how many we're taking in every division. We're going to be bowling 6 games, and we're going to skip 1 pair, so everybody will get through the whole house. You will see in the back, we're going to put a yellow lane sheet, and on that lane sheet will be your score that you're going to make sure is written down after every game. It's cool if a parent wants to do that, or if somebody on the pair is like, I'll write it down. But it's your responsibility to make sure your score is correct. So please make sure your score is being written down. And also, if things don't go well today, and that last game is here, and you just don't feel like putting your score down, don't do that. Because we need your score to close out the event on goal metrics. So if you don't write your score on the sheet, it's a $25 fine that's going right to the scholarship fund. But since I've read this, it hasn't happened. So thank you. All right, I've got a lot of jerseys to hand out. So Dylan, congratulations. This was your first tournament you ever bowled, and you won it. Congratulations. And if I can get, if I can get my youth council to help me with this, and then after I'm done, they're going to speak to you. And the youth adult champion jersey is baby. Congratulations, and come get your jersey.
You want to wear that one or no? Go change real quick if you want to wear it.
Lori Jones, congratulations, and I have 2 jerseys for you. A. Jones. Jones, congratulations. Ethan Taylor, congratulations. Brett Leandro. This mic is really good. I know I have a projecting voice, so I have to be really careful about too loud. Sorry, Ryan. Xavier Martinez, we have 2 jerseys for you. Come on, go. Nehemiah Kiefer, another one. Tyler Paulus, congratulations. Another Nehemiah Kiefer. Not enough days in the year to wear all your champion jerseys. Max Schoenberg, congratulations. Thanks for coming back so we can get you this jersey. Samantha Ruffin. Leslie Majors. Grace Zika. And Ethan Nunez. Congratulations. so reach out to them with anything so that we can continue to make this tour better. All right, and with that, we're going to play the national anthem, and then we'll turn you on for 10 minutes of practice. The booth during the first day. Come and let me know. I'll put you on the list. I'd love for you guys to hang out and pass out information to everybody. Also, I know it's a tight space in here. When you guys decide what balls you are using, please remove the bags in the back here so nobody falls. You can put your bags in the tournament tracking room by the pool tables or anywhere in the back here. So please make sure you clear the walkways.
Last time he did this, he tried playing that down and in line, and he kept. Once he started swinging the ball, he did great. Yeah, there's a lot of. It's going to be really challenging with them staying on the same league for all 6 games. Oh, I thought you said everybody's staying the same. that did happen. Because the only other person, Justin said the only other person who knows how to do that is Lucas. And it's a very hard thing to figure out, so. I think they're working on it. Oh, he's changing.
No, it was the practice.
He just put the camera on. I'd say it was a gem if I were him. But nobody ever knows for shit. She can announce that all she wants, but I'll stay there. Yeah, that's weird.
I was trying to figure this out.
Yeah, it just blew my mind. I was trying to figure it out too. So he's actually around. Wait a minute.
Wait, that should have been Dylan, right?
I'm confused. No, wait a minute.
Wait, it's B?
Hang on. He's got to get out that gutter, man.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the Elite U Tour here in the month of May in the year 2026. Emil Williams Jr. here with you.
I see one line.
We are live from Lakes Bowl in Round Lake, Illinois. Second time and second consecutive year that the Elite U Tour has hosted or held an event here, and that Lakes Bowl has hosted. Very nice 24-lane facility. And the latest EYT champions will be crowned right here in this building. We appreciate everybody tuning in early. If you are watching on the EYT Facebook page or the EYT YouTube channel. Game one is officially now underway. And we've got you looking at 5 through 8 here for a little bit. And over in our picture-in-picture there's a good look at next door 9 through 12. We'll refer to Bowl Metrics, of course. That's going to be your home and your source for all things EYT results and standings related. The lane condition is the 2025 USBC Queens pattern, which is, well, I can tell you it's not the 2026 USBC Queens pattern. That I can tell you for sure. Because if so, we would already be close to a 300 game right now. But the 2025 USBC Queens pattern was a tad bit different. 45 feet in length, and a lot of ice oil used. And let's just get a quick look at that. Right, so there's you got some speed bump type things happening too. This is a very, it's not the most difficult lane condition, but it certainly presents its fair share of challenges. One thing is for certain, I think some of the young players are finding that out, that the gutter really isn't in play that well. You might have to be a very accurate marksman to be able to play the gutter. Now, this is my first time in the building, so I'm not familiar with the building characteristics. Sometimes characteristics can trump the lane pattern in some cases, meaning that if there's a place on the lane you're not supposed to play according to the lane condition, but the actual bowling center suggests that you can play there because of its intangibles. But the gutter does not look to be in play, and you wouldn't anticipate that on a 45-foot pattern. So 14-15 is kind of where players should be looking at. It's where their bowling ball should start to see some friction, start to see some movement down lane. And if they miss in, they'll see a lot of movement. Ryan Carmichael. 3-6-10. Seen a lot of those. Seeing some 2-4-8-10 looks. Right now, if you're missing, it's like, okay, how far do I really have, right? Players trying to cut it short a little bit, trying to be perfect. It's a very difficult pattern because, again, playing the middle part of the lane, which you kind of have to do, it is flat there. But yet, all right, so that means you see hook, generally speaking. And then as players see hook, they say, okay, I'm going to open my angles up a little bit, and that's when you miss the head pin right. This is one of those patterns where you got to figure out a way to control the pocket early. Getting 9 on this for the first couple frames, really one whole game, to be honest with you, is more than good. And then as the pattern starts to open up a little bit, perhaps, I mean, there's enough players trying to play out right now that they might end up kind of developing something to the outside part of the lane. It won't be too defined by any stretch. So this should be an interesting challenge. I always love when Riley is not here to explain himself for the challenges of the day. I'm putting the bowl metrics link in the chat right now. Good morning to Nathan and Melissa and Helen and Melanie watching on the EYT Facebook page. Please share if you have not. And we got a couple also watching on the YouTube channel. Please share if you have not as well. Seen a couple of good quality shots next door on 9 and 10. Might have to check out that group in a moment here. Abigail Lawson playing them about the best we've seen someone play this pattern to this point. Leslie Majors over on 9 and 10. Solid start. Some of our EYT Youth Council members in front of you as well. young Madison Sauls. I forgot her answer to the question this morning, which was, what summer event are you looking forward to? This was the youth council question of the morning, if you will. I think she said the SYC Super Slam. Junior Gold, SYC Super Slam, PBA Junior World Series of Bowling. Those were 3 classic answers. Schmidt, mentioned Madison Sauls. I see Rushstein. It's in the group. Brett Biondo. Rush not on the youth council, but Brett is. Brett got a Champions jersey, another one this morning. In fact, well, there were a lot of Champions jerseys that were awarded this evening, or I'm sorry, this morning. Last time I saw Brett Biondo, he took home a cool $10,000 scholarship at the Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament. If that one's not on your list as parent, folks, I would encourage you to block out. I know next year's date isn't official yet, but the previous event was at the end of April. So I'd anticipate it to probably be somewhere in that range again. We'll see if anything will be able to kind of develop a little bit here on this pattern. But this is also a big part of this tour with respect to player development. And so sometimes we do have a good portion of new bowlers here this week. But for some, this is always it could be an introduction to sport patterns. And sometimes it can be a very, very harsh introduction. It can seem like it. That's all part of the journey. About halfway through, we will make the switch over to 9 through 12, and then 5 through 8 will appear in the picture-in-picture. We're covering 5 through 12 today. And the players are skipping one pair to the right, which means this group will end up on 9 through 12. Looking around the building, I do see a 4-bagger. Someone's got spare 4-bagger down on 13 through 16. A couple players with doubles. It's a packed house here at Lakes Bowl. This is about my type of bowling center. Like, I would like to own a bowling center. And if I did, it would be about like 24 lanes. 16, I think, is just literally perfect. 24 is also really good. 32, this is me personally, the max. 32 can still get you in the realm of hosting national events. When you look out from the front desk, you can see every single lane. You know what's happening. Nice and cozy. This is my kind of spot right here. Got a little bit of a retro feel to it also. I want to thank our tournament staff this morning. Of course, the Andrew Asbetti, who always kicks us off with the morning announcements. Rochelle is here. So is Corbin. So is Steve and Jawan. Thanks to Aretha as well. And our staff members who are not here this week, Melanie, Beverly, Roseanne, and of course Riley and Megan. We appreciate them from afar. Melanie is going to bowl an event today. We wish all the best to Melanie McDaniel. She's going to bowl a PBA regional. I hope she's able to continue the momentum she had last week at the USBC Queens. She did not bowl on this lane condition. Trying to see a few players get a little bit closer. There's Sauls, the 6'10" to deal with. A couple of doubles starting to show up a little bit more. Ryan Carmichael trying to make it 3 in a row if he can. All right, little blower 7, so looks like that's one we'll have to keep an eye on, right? Does that hit type of kind of carry when you need it? This is the type of pattern that you know, find the benchmark ball in your bag. And then this is also one where if you want to know, right, and this is where the inquisitive aspect of it comes into play. If you're curious, you may ask, hey, how long is this pattern? Right, and sometimes if even young players at this age understand what the length of the pattern is that they're bowling on, and not even the volume, because that certainly has a lot to do with it, of course, but if you know the length, then you can have that general idea, okay, well, maybe this is why this is happening to my bowling ball. I'm not seeing a lot of hook, which could be a combination of both length and volume. Oh, nice split off the over to the right there. Actually, it was a super washout without the 7-pin over on 11. And if you're still someone who kind of utilizes the rule of 31, which is literally a general rule of thumb, I don't know who created it. I've heard actually differing opinions on it recently with respect to it's less of the rule of 31 and maybe even the rule of 35 to account for today's bowling balls, technology, and also the higher rev rates. But if you just go with 31 and subtract that from the length of the pattern, that gets you board 14. And so that's kind of that would be the quote unquote spot to kind of start. Think about 14, 15, 16. So really third arrow, but down lane, 40, 45 feet down the lane. Now, I think there are some ways to be able to kind of parallel, meaning you could probably play around 10, 11, 12 up the boards. Ball speed is important at that point, and then surface is also important as well. I gotta tell you, Abigail Lawson seems to have maybe the best look possible. So I'm going to show that here in just a moment on 9 and 10. She is playing them the best so far. Miss Helen Lee letting us know that we got a couple players. Looks like they're heading to Judson. Jaden Remmel has moved into, or moving to Judson, I should say. Of course, Brett Brett gave a nice recruiting pitch after he won the Iowa Youth High Roller. He was wearing a Judson jersey. And then we talked to him afterwards, and it was a pretty fun moment for him. He essentially said, "Hey, we're taking all comers. Come on to Judson." Newly graduated Josh Newcomb from Naperville Central headed to Wisconsin Whitewater. Congrats to all of our recent graduates of high school and 8th grade, for that matter, and or kindergarten and or preschool and or college. If you graduated, you know someone graduated, your son or daughter graduated, your grandson or granddaughter graduated, etc. It is that season. Rushdeen. Rush has made his college choice. It's Wichita State. I don't know if the black and yellow is of choice, but it certainly tracks with the commitment. Boy, you're getting some tough leaves. Okay, starting to see a few things that didn't look as bad as it was ultimately was a 4.9, which at one point was a 4.79. Okay, we'll see if Rush can make this, and then we'll move over to the right side. All right, let's take a look at 9 through 12. Uh-oh, Ryan didn't like that one. I think he was caught. Unfortunately, someone that took a little fall there on 12. Hopefully they are okay. Corbin Sadowski, our tournament director, going to check in with him, make sure he's okay. Well, I know that shot went Brooklyn for Emily, but she's getting smoother and smoother from the physical game aspect. Nice bounce next door. Leslie Majors stepping up on 10. They are in the 8th frame here. Spencer Malloy also on the pair. We see Jeff Caldwell, Layla Daniels up on lane 11. It's rare that we do bowl on patterns, and I'll get you back over to Eli Franco in a moment too. Because Franco can shoot 269, and that will probably by far be the highest game in the building. I mentioned earlier someone started spare 4-bagger. That player did shoot 222 over on 13 and 14. A good portion of our pairs this week, or today I should say, this week, it's not a tour event, start on do have 8 on a pair. Some do have 7.
That was my first break of the day.
Abigail with a spare. She can get to 216. Starting to see a few more players figure it out. This one's tricky. Longer patterns can be difficult too, especially for straighter players. And I would put myself in this as a straighter player back in when I did compete and compete often. Long patterns were kind of my nemesis. And you might imagine a short pattern was a love, right? A huge strength. Longer patterns kind of more on the weakness bar or scale. And so just watching bowling for as long as I have at this point, even for straighter players, sometimes it's okay to just move left and parallel. You don't necessarily have to open up your angles, right? So you don't have to shoot it right or shoot it left if you're left-handed. But moving into, you know, board 12, 13 and just, yeah, maybe it's a 17 to 13. Maybe it's right up 12. Oh, good break. Ooh, nice. Good carry for Abigail. And good count here is going to put her in the 2-0s. .200 even. And so far, that is a very good score. I see 202 out there. We'll see Eli Franco in a moment. There he is on lane 5, left of your screen. Eli has he's been a pretty steady presence now at Elite Youth Tour events. He'll take the Brooklyn though. See, he's attempting to play him right. He's further left. He's actually way in, playing him at 20. And higher rev players would generally be in that zone. Got a couple of youth bowlers, it looks like, from right here at Lakes Bowl. Brett Biondo. Now, someone can figure out how to play him a little straighter today. It certainly could be Brett, so we'll keep an eye on that. Saul's trying to take care of her spare here in the 10th frame. Rush, got a hook. Oof. For those of you who might be interested in that Iowa Youth high roller, Brandon Steen, actually one of the kind of the tournament director of that event. He is here. He is the dad of Rush. Let's see if Rush can make this though, first and foremost. Not your everyday one. He almost did it. Let's see if I can get Coach Steen into the booth, and we'll talk a little bit about that event. All right, back to 9 through 12 here. Oh, Roman's kind of figured it out. Matthew Roman, 177. That's not a bad game. Couple of splits. That's got a decent chance. Great shot. All right, a little slower ball speed. He's actually got something that looks kind of clean, bowling ball wise. I have seen a lot of surface used. Surface just kind of depends on the bowler and where you're trying to play, what you're trying to do. See, I was expecting a few more players to try to do that, but that is difficult. That's about as straight as you can play this. But if you want entry angle, then what's happening on lane 11 with Jeff Caldwell is right up your alley. We got some Southern Illinois representation there from the Dwiggins family. Jillian started on 13 and 14, so she's going to move right. And the players are skipping a pair to their right, which means Jillian's going to go 13, 17, 21, 25. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, there is no 25. 21, so 1, 5, and 9. So she will be on the featured pairs the last 2 games. Speaking of Jillian Dwiggins. All right, Majors with the first one. She made a ball change to something that's a little cleaner. Well, if you watch the players here, of which I am, and not just those bowling, but right now back in the set tee area or in front of our top counter here, and there's certainly some conversations about, you know, what's happening, how to combat it. And there's normal conversation of teenagers, school's about to be over. What are you doing for the summer? All the things you hear at Elite Youth Tour events. Not a bad game from Leslie, all things considered. Game 2 is coming up next. Biondo got himself to 203 somehow. The group on the left is already underway with game 2. The group on the right is finishing game 1. All right, everyone is about done with game number 2. Rushdeen will close it out. He'll have a fill shot. See what Rush may uncover here on this fill. Good shot. All right, game 2 underway here. Lakes Bowl, Elite Youth Tour may qualify. Again, please share the live stream. I got one question for our tournament staff. I'll take one moment away and I'll be right back. If you have any questions on what's upcoming on the Elite Youth Tour, we'll talk about the schedule. By the way, shout out to Deandra, who spent months working on the new Elite Youth Tour website, and it is fantastic. So make sure you check that out if you have not already. You'll probably have noticed some things seem to be Right, just a hair cleaner, some really cool fonts. Even the registration process to some degree is should be a little bit simpler as well for you, the user. So check that out. And yeah, let's talk about it. Here in a sec here on, you're watching the Elite Stream, courtesy of Bullstream TV. Thanks to all of our sponsors, Storm, Turbo, Dexter, Gil Volschel, H5G Brands, Fast Track Physio, and of course, Bullstream TV.
22, I guess. They're taking 8. That's a lot. Generally what that means is hitting the pins on for a good shot. Not doing what I need to do.
right, I'm back. Okay, Abigail. She did shoot 200 in game 1. Young Eli Franco. So far, he seems to have the better of the best looks, if you will. And so, folks, I mentioned the Iowa Youth High Roller, and I probably won't stop mentioning it because everybody within listening distance of what I'm saying should, if you have a son or a daughter or even a grandson or a granddaughter or a niece or a nephew or whoever who is in high school or younger, you should be bowling the Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament. And to talk more about that, what the event is all about, we welcome in Brandon Steen. Still weird for me to call him by his first name. I just always call him Coach. Coach, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. We were talking about, of course, Brett was on the pair in game 1, and obviously can't help but talk about Brett and not say he won the Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament among the other things that he has won. But $10,000 goes a long way. It's $10,000 for the boys, $5,000 for the girls winner, and that was only a portion of the total prize fund with respect to scholarships. Again, just discuss your involvement in the event, how it's gone the first couple of years, and perhaps certainly what you're looking forward to, hopefully in year 3.
Sure, I appreciate that. First of all, Brett, his performance was on another level. I mean, it was amazing, and so was Savannah. She bowled great too. All the kids that got that far really put on a good performance. As far as my involvement, I got a phone call from John Chapman. Those of you who may not know John probably know his son AJ, but John called me a couple years ago saying that the management staff up in Decorah were looking at putting together a big scholarship tournament, and my first words out of my mouth were, what's big? I guess that's kind of left up to interpretation a little bit. But once he started talking to me about the level of involvement from some of these sponsors there in Decorah, of course my interest got piqued, and one thing led to another, and before long I was kind of running the tournament. And what they really wanted me to do was promote it, put it together, and then it just kind of turned into, we're just going to go ahead and let you run it. And we're going to supply the sponsors, we're going to supply the facility. Any support that you possibly need, you have it. We just want you to put together a fun format based off a few certain things. And one of the things that they really wanted it to have a little bit of a feel of was the old, high dollar, high roller tournaments back in the day, the Mega Buck tournaments. So that's where the name, the youth high roller, came from. They wanted it to be known as kind of the youth Mega Buck tournament around, and they really, when you talk to the management staff there or the sponsors, they want it to be like almost second to none, right there with junior gold as far as prize fund goes. So the first year I thought it went pretty well. We had about 150 entries. We paid $7,500 to win, but it was just one division. And they had a kind of a unique handicap system for the girls that bowled. It turned out to be not quite what they wanted, and the girls didn't have as much of a showing as they would have liked. So like any good group is going to do, they're going to, rehash things after the tournament's done, find out where some areas of opportunity are for changes. And they decided to go ahead and make a separate girls division this year. The prize fund, the added prize fund, increased from $25,000 to $40,000 in additional, guaranteed sponsorship money this year, which was absolutely insane. And it was really exciting to be able to pay out $10,000 up top on the boys, $5,000 on top for the girls, and still have a prize fund that paid extremely healthy all the way down through. And that's the other thing they wanted to see. They didn't want just the top prize to be amazing and then nothing else.
Right.
So I thought they did a great job with that. You asked, next year kind of some things we're looking at. A little bit more of the same, but we're going to add bowl metrics. It's going to take some responsibility off my plate a little bit. But more than the reason being isn't really that. It's for the people at home and the people there watching, so they can instantly know where things are at standing wise. So that's going to be a big deal. We are looking at dates right now. There's going to be a survey going out this weekend actually to the participants on 3 different sections on kind of where they'd like to see that date. And then we're going to reconvene and discuss that. Pattern. The pattern is still going to be difficult. And, Quentin Bolin, he's the GM there. He's a competitor himself, and he believes that this is a major event on the youth side, which I would agree.
The prize fund suggests it is.
Yeah, the prize fund suggests that it is. So we are going to keep it difficult, and I do agree with that. And with that level, it should reward shot making. But there is going to be a little bit of a tweak where I think he's going to find a pattern and get Kegel involved a little bit to where there might be a little bit more defined area for friction for some of the players, but still make it a very demanding condition. And from what I understand, the prize fund commitment is going to be there again. So I'm really excited to see what next year is going to bring and what kind of field it's going to bring. We had 165, I think, was our final count this year, and really like to see that get over the 200 mark.
And this has grown each year. This is only year 2, right?
Correct. This was year 2. Yep.
It's not hard to believe, but when you first mentioned this event to me, I think I probably said the same thing over and over again. More of a, like, how much?
Right.
How old am I was my next question. Because,
did I really graduate from high school yet?
Correct. And so, folks, truly, if you're listening to this, again, Coach Dean in the building, firsthand account knowledge of the event, the Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament, $10,000 on top of the boys, $5,000 on top of the girls. Again, they added a girls division for this year's event, so they can have their own division to compete in. It was a great event and a great bowling facility in Decorah, Iowa. great facility.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It has a 16-lane center, but gorgeous. And you can look at the way that they hold their facility and how they keep it clean and everything, and just know that the tournament they're going to run kind of demands the same.
Right.
You know, it's everybody's on point all the time.
Yeah, the level of cleanliness was I won't say quite second to none, but I mean I've been around a few places where they had their center staff, on schedule, if you will.
Yeah.
But at that event, you can just tell that no one was doing anything out of the ordinary. Like,
right.
What they do on a daily basis showed on a daily basis. So this is how they clean. This is how they wipe the gutter caps. This is how they mop the approaches, and they do it, X amount of times per day.
So I can't remember if I told you this or not, but Q told me this last year. So all of those guys that work at the front desk and are walking around with their headsets everywhere, that's the high school robotics club. And then some that have graduated from that, and are attending Luther College there in town. But they found that whatever that group is, it translates into great employees for their bowling center, which I thought that was pretty cool.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Robotics.
Yeah.
You're thinking about, creation, building, ideology, ideation, wiring, engineering.
And I'm sure some of that is responsibility, intelligence, just things if you don't have to worry about with your employees, great. But no, they did great on all aspects of that weekend. Speaking of that condition, it was really easy to see how hard it was going to be initially, early on. And then it was amazing to see, even though it was still difficult, how good these kids are. And it's only high school kids. A lot of youth tournaments, well, even like today, there's a division that's U22 or U23.
Right.
And they just wanted it to be where, in order to compete in that tournament, you still have to be in high school. Now, you can be a graduating senior, but you have to be high school age or below.
You don't hear that a lot.
No, and I kind of liked that. College has their own opportunities. College kids have their own opportunities. Nothing wrong with the tournaments that offer that too, but it was kind of neat just to see them structure it that way.
Speaking of college, there is more or less what has turned into a collegiate event going on right now nationally. It's the U22 Masters in Queens. That is in Orlando currently.
Okay.
And that's effectively kind of become the junior gold aspect for the U22 division. They had to remove, or the U20 division was removed, so now it's U18, U16, U14, U12, which left the U20 without an opportunity still to qualify for Junior Team USA, and that has now become the the Masters in Queens, U22 specifically, Masters in Queens.
I haven't had a chance to follow that one a whole lot.
But don't worry, Rush is going to bowl it.
Right. So, but that you have to have graduated high school to bowl that, right? Or can you?
It's actually a good question. That's a good question. I would have to refer to the rules in particular, because it is essentially a collegiate-based event when you get current collegiate bowlers, or at least collegiate-age players,
right,
to bowl. But that's not to say that someone who is not yet in high school, or in college, couldn't bowl if they maybe declined to bowl in the U18.
Right.
Look at you. You're going to make me look at the rules of that event now.
So speaking of rules, were there any rules in the high roller tournament, the youth high roller that we were talking about, that you didn't like or that you think need tweaked?
No, I don't think so, man. It all looked smooth. I know it ran smooth for the most part.
Yeah, I think the one thing that will probably change, and it's not so much rules, I guess it is, how we determine the advancers a little bit is going to be just a little more simplified.
Okay.
Because we got down to 11:30 that night and you had to go down a rabbit hole a ways to try to figure out where some of these qualifiers were going to come from based off of how the rules were written. And I don't think some of that was anticipated. I think it just happened by the number of times kids bowled, tried to do the qualifying, etc. So I think there will be a little bit of simplification there, which will be nice. It'll be easier to follow. We had one competitor that made the cut. He was the number 32 boy that made the cut and didn't think that he made the cut, so didn't show up for Sunday. And I had a conversation with his mom about it, and I understood, just score-wise, he didn't necessarily think that he had a chance, but based off of who else qualified from the other blocks, he just happened to kind of filter on in there. But the good news is he still got a scholarship amount for qualifying, so that was nice.
That's a good avenue when we're talking about rules. Yeah, making sure you understand the rules and the simplification process. That's a good example to make sure that parents and players kind of know
right
how many ways there are to actually advance to the finals.
And I had that conversation with his mother, just as kind of a learning opportunity there, and talked about you don't see it as much in youth events, but there's quite a few adult events where they have multiple shifts.
Right.
And you might not find out if you make the next day until midnight or closer to it. Like the tournament we run in Waterloo, well, not me, but Joe Engelkiss runs in Waterloo with the Ebonite Fall and Winter Classics. I think you probably live streamed. Did you help Flanagan live stream that one?
No,
year?
but I helped with the 11th frame.
Okay.
But I'm very familiar with the events.
Yep. So you just always got to be engaged. Sometimes you got to set that alarm clock for midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning just to see if you got to get up the next morning.
Well, I tell you, junior gold back in the day, and even to some degree now, but it's much better. Now after you get done with qualifying, and there's not as much time that you have to wait. But when I bowled junior gold, it was you had to wait. Either you stay up all night or you get up early.
Yeah.
And check it.
The Grand Rapids, I think it was the last Grand Rapids junior gold. I remember, and I think I've told you this, but Jay Weems was watching scores, and I had kind of dozed off a little bit. I didn't think Rush was probably going to make it, but I was kind of close, and all of a sudden my phone rings at like 12:30 in the morning, and it's Jay. He's like, he's in, so excited. I'm like, well, get that alarm reset for the early next morning, and away you go. But when you're the number, that's exciting.
Now, was Rush already asleep at this point?
Oh yeah, he was out. He was out.
Speaking of Rush, he and every participant here bowling on the 2025 USBC Queens pattern. And for those of you who do keep in touch with the PWBA, we know that the last this year's Queens just ended just a few days ago, in a much different lane condition, much different opportunities to strike. What have you seen from this pattern, and maybe with Rush, but and all the participants on how to attack this 45-foot lane condition?
Yeah, I'm probably going to use other participants. Rush actually, until 2 days ago, hadn't touched the ball since
that's right.
Decorah,
He was on a break. On a break. All right, we'll give him a pass.
We're just knocking the cobwebs off here.
We'll give him a pass.
But just watching around, You know, we went back, well, when we say we, I went back and I watched the 2025 telecast.
Okay.
And it seemed pretty defined, getting inside of that speed bump area, and looked really good. And some of the shots, you know, some of the people in there today do have that, but it's super touchy. I mean, you can see how flat it is in the middle. If they're left off their hand just a little bit, it's going left, and if you dare get it out going right, once it hits that speed bump area, there's zero chance of recovery. So it's playing tricky, and you know, you had a lot of people throwing urethane and plastic up the outside part of the track earlier, trying to just go straight through that speed bump, and that looked good for a little bit, and then it got kind of weird. So I'm really curious to see how it's going to settle down today, as with so many people playing so many different parts of the lane, there's always some spot that seems to settle down. I'm curious to see where that spot's going to be. I still think it's going to be in, but I don't know how soon it's going to get to that.
Right, and how many players can consistently get there. I saw Ryan Carmichael, Eli Franco, actually Rush's fill shot in game 1.
Yeah.
Looked pretty good from that zone. Speaking of speed bumps, so the wonderful Helen Lee, whose son Aiden is bowling today. Helen asked, essentially more or less, what is a speed bump? And it's actually a question that I struggle to answer. And not because it's a struggle to kind of see it on a graph, but it's a struggle to properly define it.
Right.
Especially in the terms of like Nick Hoagland, for example, because I'm got no way close to Mr. Hoagland. But the way I always like it is like, you know, just pick your favorite cartoon and think about like a Wile E. Coyote or something like that, to where he's chasing the Roadrunner, and then there's this oil spill or something like that, and he's running, and all of a sudden he gets the oil spill, and he doesn't stop running, but he stops moving forward.
Right.
That's kind of how I look at speed bumps, because once your ball kind of enters that zone, it kind of hydroplanes, or at least it feels like it.
Yeah.
Where your ball should start to hook, or kind of exit the pattern and being continuous. It's like it almost puts it 2 to 3 seconds behind.
Yeah.
And then therefore it's just enough time to get behind the head pin, and you can leave buckets, some cases washouts, etc.
I think that's a great way to put it. And if you want to, I guess, directly relate it to putting some thought into a bowling ball, if you think about a speed bump that you hit when you're driving, you almost get a little bit of
slow it down.
Yeah, you almost get a little bit of air when you go over that speed, if you go over it too fast, right? And then you kind of lose control. Well, your ball is kind of the same way. It hits that spot that we'll call the speed bump, and it just kind of loses control until it has time to slow down and get control of itself again. So, Helen, that's a great question.
That was a great question, and that's what you get on the speed, the Queen's pattern from last year. Very unique design. I'll throw that back on the screen.
Yeah, that's neat.
It's interesting if you've never seen something like that, but essentially that is kind of 2025. Actually, I wouldn't even call it 2025. I would just say post 2020 pattern design. I feel like there's a little bit more creativity with respect to where oil is laid out. I will say, too, if you have an Atlas machine, which it looks like Lakes Bowl does, you can get as creative as you want.
Sure.
The Atlas can do literally almost anything. So if your brain you got that kind of brain that can come up with some kind of truly creative and maybe mean lane condition, an Atlas machine can put it out for you.
It certainly can seem like the lane pattern designer is mean sometimes, that's for sure. I've been accused of that many times. And I don't even design it. I just find the ones I want to play.
This pattern not even 28 mils, which is plenty, but it's the length and where the oil is the true trickiness.
If I remember right, there wasn't a lot of forward, right? Wasn't or the distance didn't go too far. Wasn't like 20 feet.
No, it's actually more reverse.
Yeah.
Than then 14 and 14.31 specifically on the reverse. 13, of course, on the forward.
That part kind of leads me to believe that it will develop into some hold. You know, after a few games, I think we'll start seeing a little bit more hold. But again, it's just a matter of where that hold's going to be. If it's going to be just left of where the people to the right are playing, or if it's going to continue to develop completely left on the lane. I doubt it. I doubt it's both.
Do you think because we had a lot of young athletes this morning attempting to play right, and I think a lot of it was because it's, you know, this kind of first thought is I'm going to see what I have right. Some players inexperienced, right, a little slow to kind of start moving their feet a little bit. Do you think sometimes there can be enough bowling balls thrown in the quote-unquote wrong part of the lane that something actually can develop out there? Nothing significant, but maybe just enough to you accidentally created misroom?
Sure. Yeah, I definitely think that's possible, especially when you have that number of kids doing it. To where a pattern that you, like I did, could watch on TV may not break down that way at all because of who's bowling on it. It could break down to a completely different look than what the pattern suggests it should break down to.
And young Logan Jennings there, he's won a couple of titles already on the Elite Youth Tour. I was told in the YouTube chat, shout out to 190 Average Chat, hello to Dustin out there by the way too, that there are several past or former or even current, for that matter, EYT champions bowling the PBA Regional.
Oh.
That's over at Strike and Spare 2 today.
Didn't even know that was happening today.
In Lockport, Illinois. It's a big weekend. Memorial Day weekend is always generally a busy bowling weekend, I feel.
Yeah. SYC is going on in Connecticut. Definitely a lot of things happening.
What's next on the Rushteen schedule? Now that he's taking a little bit of a break.
A lot of practice. A lot of practice. I think this next month, there's not a lot of tournaments on. I think probably one more UIT. And then we have high school nationals towards the end of June, you know, before we get ready for junior gold. But it's going to be pretty much just getting ready for the big summer things. Junior gold, youth open, the Midwest Youth Championships up in Alexandria, Minnesota. That's always a big one every year. That's I think the first week of August, somewhere around the end of the first week of August. And that's also a tournament where they have multiple qualifying shifts. They start qualifying, I think, Friday morning and go all the way through Saturday before they determine the finals to Sunday.
Which event is this?
It's the Midwest Youth Championships.
Oh, right.
Yep.
That's a staple.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the first event in a while because is there a 5K maybe?
Yeah. Yep.
That was the first event in a while a couple years back when I learned about that event that said, oh, wow, you know, we got some youth events that are paying, you know, high four figures. And I know that was on everyone's list.
Yeah.
If you will, for competition.
And that, I think, is like 5 for boys and 35 or 3 for girls, somewhere in there. And then they also have a handicap division. And then he runs an adult youth tournament that really gets over before much of the tournament gets going. But yeah, he does a really nice job up there, and another beautiful center, great restaurant, very supportive staff. That just makes all the difference in the world. You know, when everybody's on board, everyone's got the same vision, same expectations. Just really helps out a lot.
Young Landon over on the left side. Actually just threw a very good shot, now looking to take care of business on the single pin and just missed it. He will shoot 140, but not a bad game.
Right.
Very passionate is Landon.
Yeah, he wanted it, that's for sure.
His parents are here. I feel like Landon also won his first U12 title, runner-up, one or the other.
That's cool. I love seeing the passion and excitement in these little kids here. Because it just seems like yesterday, Rush and his buddies were all at U12. You know, and I remember they'd all just gather up in a huge huddle on one pair of lanes. Like that's okay. Just doesn't matter who's bowling. We're just gonna sit here. Oh, those were some fun days.
Miss those days?
Yep, I do. It was a lot. Obviously, I love the days now too, for different reasons. But you know, back then, those kids were nothing but smiles. Just, it didn't. I'm not gonna say it didn't matter if they didn't bowl well, because there was definitely tears too.
Right.
You know, they're just learning how to manage their emotions. But the tears didn't last very long, and they were just back in a huddle and talking about whatever they're talking about. You know, just absolutely loving life, and that's fun. And that, I do think that, and I've told Deandra this several times, that she definitely, her organization here cultivates that type of behavior and opportunities for friendships to grow, and along with the bowling part. But you know, we're 4 or 5 hours away from every event. But
yeah, that's right. You don't live close.
His Rush's friends, his closest friends are people that he's met here and other organizations, but mainly here. And you know, we're very grateful for that.
Before I let you go, Coach, just kind of run down the who, what, where, why, and when for the Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament one more time.
All right, so the Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament it takes place in Decorah, Iowa, at the Kingpin Entertainment Center. And it really is a beautiful center if you ever get a chance to go there. But as far as the when goes, I'm guessing, you know, we're going to still be looking at maybe early May this next year, and that's to be determined a little bit. But it's a late spring event. The why is to give the kids opportunity to earn major megabuck scholarship funds. The other part of the who, those sponsors are so generous. And the main sponsor that kind of was the brainstorm behind wanting to get the rest of the sponsors together, he is also Keith Bruning. He's the Decorah High School bowling coach, has been for a long time. And he just loves youth bowling. He loves coaching. And if you ever get a chance to watch him coach, and more specifically after an event is done, he very much insists that they go back to getting their brains in the right spot, being grateful for why they're here. You know, they pray together afterwards. They really show their thankfulness. They come in, his athletes march in and out single file from a high school tournament. They look the same. They stop and they tell the front desk people thank you. They look you in the eye. They shake your hand. I mean, it's just, you can tell it's something that he's instilled in every single one of them. Whether it's forceful or not, eventually it just gets ingrained in you. And it's really nice. It's really refreshing. And when you see that team coming in and you're bowling against them and they all have their matching bags and their jackets and they look like they belong there, that's all of a sudden a little bit of an intimidation factor. Regardless of how they can, you have no idea how they can bowl at that time, but you think they can bowl well. So, no, Keith does a great job, and he owns that large excavating company there. And, you know, then he got his buddies involved, and before you know it, they got $40,000 in added prize fund. So we had a total of $56,500 that we paid out in Smart Fund for that weekend, but $40,000 of it was just added money from the sponsors. $40,000.
Still wild to just take that in every time you say it. and you've said a ton to me at this point. I still can't believe it.
The number of kids that won, $700 and above is insane. So I'm very thankful for what he does to make that go, because without that, I'm not saying we couldn't still have a good tournament. We could. But that's what really opens the door for all sorts of things that you want to do. And we'll continue making it better each year. We'll add excitement next year. And it was really nice bringing you in this last year. That made a big difference. I think anytime you are at an event, it adds validity to the tournament. And yes, that is a compliment on your end. And having Matthew with you was nice.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah, I mean it
was so great that I accidentally took his notebook. This is his right here.
Well, if you need me to return it, I can.
I guess I can give it back to you.
But no, that was really nice. And I think every year they just want to look at finding one or two ways just to make it better than the year before. And that's, like I said, anytime you're running a tournament organization, if you don't want it to get stale, you have to sit down and find what those areas of opportunity are. And so I'm thankful that they've let me be a part of it. The VRBO they put us up in was,
oh yeah,
that was amazing.
They got something going good in Decorah.
Yeah,
just like Brett Biondo. In fact, this little group here, some of our U18s have figured out.
Oh yeah.
Anticipate that this division wouldn't take that long to kind of figure some things out. Well, that hooked way more than I thought it was going to. That would not have hooked in game one.
Right? No. Yeah. Zero chance. I did learn something about Decorah that I didn't know. I was talking to Skylar Pett's mom, and she said that they went to the trout fishing hatchery there, and right by the hatchery, I guess they had these the bald eagles that you can watch online. So they went there and they got to see the male and the female. They showed them where the nests were, and that's kind of cool. Something a little extra to do. But they stayed in a historic downtown hotel there in Decorah as well, and they said it was really nice experience. But for those of you listening, Decorah, Iowa is a small town. I don't know, I'm guessing probably 6,000-7,000 people if I had to guess. In northeast Iowa, it's beautiful around there, lots of forests and nature, but obviously some really passionate bowling people too that put together that type of tournament.
I did not know that Mr. Bruning there was a high school coach.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, has been for a long time. And matter of fact, I think they just won their first state title under his tutelage this year. The girls team won the Class 2A title, which was pretty neat. And one of the girls that bowled, Mari Firehelm, I think she was a state runner-up individually also. So.
How about that?
Yeah. But definitely got the green light to get things going for next year too. So I'm happy to hear that.
Great news for everybody involved. Well, shake the cobwebs out. My man, don't even sweat it, Rush.
I don't think he is.
This pair highlighted by the 238 from Brett Biondo. And with that, we officially move to game 3. We will we'll let Coach Steen continue to be a dad. But
right.
Coach, I appreciate you sharing some time with us and the viewers, and letting the good folks know about a really cool event. Youth bowling, supporting youth bowling.
Appreciate it.
All right, that is Coach Steen. Game 3 continues here next on the Elite Stream here on Bowl Stream TV.
So you know it's a long pattern. And it's gonna ride on that oil, really straight. You throw a good straight ball, okay? So however you're throwing, just throw it on that line you want. Right there, your mark, right? If you stand over here, you're going this way, you're gonna come all there riding over the 5 arrow. You need to move so when you're straight, when you hit that mark, right? It's gonna ride on that oil straight. You know what I mean? So it's just gonna ride there. It might break at the end, but watch it. Then you make your adjustments there, right?
How are you gonna know when they're ready?
My name and they know what lane.
Wait, what if we finish the game though?
I know you're getting frustrated. This is very hard. Have you tried, instead of going left, you're going back right? Instead of just
Yeah, that's what I did. One time I did.
stay up that second arrow. I know this is rough. Your widow breaks.
I can't hold the ball right. My thumb goes like this when I go.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Okay, well, they're taking care of you there.
What about your pearl?
You said you don't like that.
I didn't. That one.
Excuse me. All right, folks, here we go. Nathan, you should be at the regional. What time does the regional begin? We thinking competition would already be kind of off and running. Maybe it's this afternoon. Young Xavier Martinez. He's got himself a couple of Champions jerseys. He had one more today. Nice start to his game, including the gutter spare. I'm having a new relationship, if you will, with gutter spares. So I've seen a lot of them. I feel like in the last maybe month or so, doesn't matter what tournament I've gone to and watched, been a lot of gutter spares. But the key is obviously the spare part. And preferably in the first frame, and not on the triple or double. All right, so if Helen is still listening, we are taking 4 players in the U23 division, and I think the top 3 will end up with a cash pot. That's going to be kind of a traditional step ladder because of the number of players in the field. Larger divisions this week: U18s, U16s. Nice shot there from Samantha Ruffin. Big group here on 9 and 10, and to some degree 11 and 12. Well, Xavier's, you know, based on the pattern, he's in the right part of the lane. Three, 6, 9, 10 conversion there for young Logan, which is not the easiest spare to make. Oh, that's right, 2 squads. Okay, gotcha, Nathan, thank you. I would have said, yeah, you could have bowled today, but you would not have made it. Definitely not today. You should be bowling the regional. You have earned that right and that opportunity. Nice shot, Jessica. Let's take a look at some scores here. We'll see what Bowl Metrics has to offer. All right. Our largest divisions today, U16 and U18 boys, each with 21 entries, and the U16 girls with 15 entries. U14 boys got 9 in, and then U18 girls each with 6, along with the U23 division, as we mentioned, 5 girls and boys respectively in each of the U12 boys and girls. Shout out to Jersey Asbeatty, who got her champions jersey today. She won the youth adult. Straight at spares too. It's Jersey. One day we might look up and Jersey's going to be committing to Nebraska. I feel like we're getting to that point to where she just might be like, you know what? I think I want to bowl. Like bowl for real. Right now she is bowling and she leads U12 girls. Samantha Ruffin next, followed by Blair Quinlan Biondo. In the U12 boys division, Logan Jennings right now leading the way. Landon Henderson and Xavier Martinez are tied for second. And taking the top 2 in U12 girls. Looks like the top 2 in U12 boys. And U14 boys at the moment, Eli Franco plus 67. Nice start for Eli. Top 4 in U14 boys will be advancing to the finals today. David Middleman, Blake Mitchell, Easton Taylor round out the top 4. Nehemiah Kiefer, Charlie Jones just outside of the top 4 at the moment. U14 girls. Caitlin Stoll, Leslie Majors right now in the top 2 in U14 girls. But still plenty of opportunity for Emily Schmidt and Norray Jones, who also won a youth adult U14 last week, or I'm sorry, last month with her dad Aaron, who is here today. Mom is here too. And U16 boys, where the top 8 will be taken. Dylan Westtag, Kyle Kraus, Ryan Carmichael, Landon Jennings, Timothy Love, Tyler Babcock, Ryan Richter, and Shane Asbrook. Right now the top 8. Shoot, Dylan Ducat though, he is right there in the mix. And Dylan got his champion's jersey today. He is currently 9th, just a few pins out of the number. U16 girls, Jillian Dwiggins. And according to, I believe it was Jerry in the chat earlier, Jillian from Southern Illinois. She is leading U16 girls at the moment, minus 14 after 2. She's followed by Grace Zika, Abigail Lawson, Autumn Strode, Sophia Maldonado, and Leah Johnson. U18 boys, Seth Sider, Brett Biondo. Wait, did I say U16 boys? I didn't. No, I did. U18 boys, Seth Sider, Brett Biondo, Tyler Paulus, Jaden Rammel, all plus after the first couple of games. Anthony Swanson, Sebastian Krupa, Jonas Frisblinski, and Nick Kasha. Or Kasiva, one or the other. We'll get that one figured out. Matthew Roman, Spencer Malloy right now 9th and 10th. Should be a fun watch on in the U18 boys division. U18 girls, Sarah Legou, who is named the Youth Ambassador of the Year, which was a national award awarded at the USBC convention. She was the selection in the girls division, Sarah out of Rockford, Illinois. So she received an additional scholarship. Nice shot, Blair. And then finally, in the U23 after 2 games, Mats Thunberg finishing up his first year at Wichita State. Coming home, getting a little work in. Boy, Xavier Martinez, nicely done. Jacqueline Knowles, Aiden Lee, and Lillian Smith right now the top 4 in U23. There's a look at your standings. All right, so scores after, or I'm sorry, scores in game 3. My bad, this is game 3. We do have a front 7. That's on, looks like lanes 15 and 16. We'll keep our eyes on that for you. All right, Jersey with just the 1 open. Still trying to hold the lead after 3 games complete. We're bowling 6 today, nearly halfway home here at Lakes Bowl. 24-lane facility. It's the home of the Round Lake High School Bowling Panthers. as well as the Grant High School Bulldogs. I see one more, I see two marquees. One, you can see kind of in the top right corner next to the Welcome to Lakes Bowl marquee. To the right there, that's the Panther sign, that's the Round Lake sign, and then just to their right, you see the G logo, that's the Grant Bulldogs. And there's one more that's off camera, Grays Lake North. All right, looks like Ryan Carmichael, maybe, is our front seven at the moment. It is Ryan Carmichael. He does have the front eight. Oh, that's got a chance. Our U12s, man, they just fill with so much spunk and joy. Good shot, Jerks. She is so old now. As mentioned before, anybody that may have a question, I talked about the new website. Make sure you check that out. Upcoming events, you can see those. We'll be at Centennial Lanes in June. It'll be the first time that the EYT has been at Centennial. That's in Tinley Park, Illinois, in the southwest suburbs. Nice spare. Big split conversion there. The 3-6-7-10 made. Nice job, Charlie. There will be a break in July, and then the what is effectively is the I think the last event of the season technically is in August. Kind of goes by. No, I'm sorry, June. I beg your pardon. The season follows the USBC actual season calendar. So August 1st, basically through, or is it July? I think it's August 1st through July. I think Logan throws it so well that if he actually bumped his feet about 10 boards, maybe 2 arrows left, I think he would see some ball reaction. Update on Ryan Carmichael. He does have the front 9. Would be very impressive too on this pattern if Carmichael can get it done. Ooh. Gave it a run, did Tristan. A fresh cut. I see young Tristan. Tim Love over on 7 and 8. Strong start to game number 4. Looks like 1 through 8 are in game 4. And the rest of the building, except for the extreme high end, they are into game 4, or at least done with game 3. Ryan Carmichael Big moment here, looking at a possible 300 game. Three, 6, 7, 10 on the first shot there for Ryan in the 10th frame. Actually, no, looks like 3, 6, 3, 6, 7, 10, as opposed to just the 3, 6, 10. He's got 6 split on the scoreboard. He's been a not just a high quality player, but individual. They're watching him now at multiple EYTs. Yeah, I think he almost made that. So 264 for Carmichael. Dennis, she and then others not having a ton of fun right now. Doesn't mean, though, they don't have opportunities to still advance to the finals. We got another half of a block to go. Uh-oh, Landon. Landon. It's reaction. It's the reaction that really says it all. Now, of course, the best thing that's going to happen here is if he makes this. I guess he could go 2 out. That's even more interesting. I appreciate his sense of humor in this, that he understands there is a certain level of humor to this with respect to bowling. It is very rare to go 2-2. It's rare to go 2 in general. My guy went 2-2. And he can see, he can understand how cool, quote unquote, that is. Shout out to Landon Henderson. He's still going to be in the mix. In fact, he'll be in the mix the entire time through U12. Young Blair nearly made that. All right, we're going to game 4. Talked about Tim. Already a couple of frames in. You see the 7 and 8 group's got 7 on their pair. Good shot.
Couldn't figure it out. There's so many people moving between lanes now because they're all done. So shoot better on 7 and 8. You'll skip 9, 10, go to 11, 12, 13, 14, you got 15, 16, skip 17, 18, you got 19, 20.
That was a good shot by Josh, by the way. Here's Lillian Smith. Rolling in the U23. And was in 4th after the first 2.
Dude, I looked away for 1 second. What happened? Did you throw good? Did you get lucky?
I threw it really good. I threw it like I wasn't laughing.
I know you were. Oh, I'm done. Yeah. I mean, 30, 40, 120, and 14. I took out 6. But that's about 250 sitting there. Not yet. You're a Scottish underrated. You need a little bit more. And you got pizza. The Italian beef wrap looks on it. Get some onions, I'll be okay.
Could be a 4-bagger here. There's Thunberg. In the U23 division, would anticipate some of the higher scores to come from that division. experience level a little higher. Especially for a player like Thunberg, who knows how to rock and roll.
It's not going to do any good because they can't see the last score. Right, I got you.
Ray Jones with 3.610 conversion over on 9 and 10, the bottom right of your screen. We'll check out that group in a little bit. So a couple of four-baggers around here, not just on what you see in front of us, but even starting to put a few doubles together on the high end. Everybody is now moved into game number 4. I think for the most part at this point, there are players who now have a little bit of an idea of what they want to do. At least they've watched enough bowling balls go down the lane to suggest, okay, I can either repeat this or I can get to a player, I can repeat what this player is doing. Well, young Lucas Serrano, who I haven't seen in a little bit, but he's in the growth spurt. Ryan Carmichael had the front 9, and that probably is the highest game of the day. He shot 264. I'll double check that. Thunberg not wasting any time, right? A to B to C right there. See, he's not circling the lane. He's going kind of still up the lane, even though he's playing 20. Just heard a good recommendation from a parent. And saying keep moving left. Young Aiden Lee. Two collegiate bowlers right there. Having a chat, Mats and Aiden. Aiden representing Judson. Actually, now I'm curious because I don't know how far Elgin is from here, but I bet it's not far. We are in Round Lake, Illinois. Let's see. Yeah, about an hour. Okay. Okay. We'll go through the standings here in just a moment. Most of them are now updated after 3 games. Not the easiest of spares that was just taking place. I just converted on lane 9. The 1, 3, 6, 8, 10. So many ways to miss that. But I feel like the head pin and the 3 pin had just enough space. And the bowler handled that perfectly, sent the bowling ball right through the 1-3 as if it was a strike. And the head pin went smack dab into the 8 pin. Starting to see some of these plastic balls hooked too. Now that I wasn't anticipating. Well, we're on the Thunberg watch, front 6. Good shot from Aiden. He's figured it out. Good break for Knowles, and she too out of Lakes Bowl. All right, we'll see if Mats can get it done here. Either way, we will check out 9 through 12 for a little bit. We'll get back to Mats. Should he continue his string? All right, we got to go back. All right, Toonsberg with the front 7. Let's take a look at Lucas Hirata on the left side of your screen. Lucas with Norrie Jones. Good shot.
Almost made it all the way back. It just was a little bit. I would say probably 5:23:18, or I mean 15.
Good ball change there for Miss Jones. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. Something that gives her a little bit of length through the front part of the lane, especially in a zone that, you know, if you're gonna play them straighter like she is, and that there's a lot of bowling balls going down the lane from like 15, 20 in the front part of the lane. So that part has been chewed up. So you see a lot of early friction there. If you joined us late, you're watching Game 4 of 6 here at the Elite U Tour. Someone's got a food order for Blake. But if they don't answer soon, I'm happy to be Blake. Mats did leave a 10-pin in the 8th frame and successfully converted. So his run at 300 is complete, but he can still possibly have the highest game of the day so far. Right now, that honor belongs to Ryan Carmichael at 264. Hey, good shot. Hey, here's Scott Wolf. He throws it really good. It's been a while since I've seen actually urethane go down the lane. I work a lot of USBC events, and urethane is, well, slow absorbing urethane, which your purple hammers, pitch blacks as an example. Those aren't allowed at most USBC events, with the exception for like USBC Open Championships, Women's Championships, where 78D, that hardness level can be used. But didn't see it at, or not allowed at the Collegiate Nationals, won't be allowed at Gold, not allowed during the PWBA season. So it's actually been a while since I've seen a urethane ball go down the lane. Jones with the strikes. He's thrown it pretty well since this ball change. And Lucas single pin to deal with. It's interesting on lane 10, they are starting to get a little crispy down lane. Skylar Pett's starting to figure something out. One of the Kenosha, Wisconsin's finest. Been a part of a state championship. Made state again this past year as a runner-up. That's a great, we were talking about youth tournaments earlier. Wisconsin State High School tournament, they do a phenomenal job. Shout out to the BCAW. Making a very fun-filled, but yet still ultimately competitive environment for high school state championships. Appreciate those of you who have been watching on and throughout Facebook. Also, thanks to our YouTube audience. If you have not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do so. We'd appreciate that. Oh, wow. What a messenger that was. So the pins do fly a little bit here at Lakes Bowl. You know, messengers will determine if I'm going to go bowl at a center. Let's see how many messengers I can get. How about that? It's starting to be a little bit more enjoyable. For a lot of players right now. The first couple games, not so much. The last couple games, 3 and now into 4. There's a few more strikes. Players kind of understand a little bit what's happening. They can see their ball hooking, which also helps the arm swing. Okay. Giovanni Clayton with the 3-bagger. And another messenger. Some friendliness on lane 10. I think my favorite part after messengers is seeing the fist pumps from the bowlers. here is Norway, can get to 183. That's got to get a little help. She will get a break. Brings us a good opportunity to take a look at the scores. All right, after 3 games, Xavier Martinez and Logan Jennings is Giovanni. Strike away from getting himself into the 2-0s. So Martinez and Jennings, along with Landon Henderson. So the top 3 in U12 boys will advance. In the U12 girls, Jersey Asbeatty still leading, followed by Samantha Ruffin. U14 boys, Eli Franco, Easton Taylor, David Middleman, Blake Mitchell at the moment. Caitlin Stahl, Leslie Majors. In U14 girls, top 8 in U16 boys as we watch Clayton. Landon Jennings at -70 right now is the number. Again, with a couple more to go in U16 boys and U16 girls. Jillian Dwiggin still your leader. Thunberg did shoot 240. Interesting way to get there, though, in the 10th frame. Went 7, spare 5. U18 boys top 8 cut right now is -53 with Brett Biondo in the lead. U18 girls, Sarah Legu leading the way with Gianna Mendoza leading the way there. Sophia Maldonado has been solid here on 11 and 12. She's third right now in U16 girls. And Mats Thunberg going to increase his lead. He's actually now going to be +5. Aiden Lee holding strong for the final spot at the moment in the U23 division. We're going to have a kind of a strange little break here, and it's just because basically the way the pace of play has gone. Again, there's a few groups with 7, the majority with 8 on a pair. There's actually one that we just watched with 6 on a pair. But 1 through 10 is about done with game 4. This is Maldonado, who right now again in third in the U16 girls. Trying to hold on to a spot. The top 5 are going to advance in U16 girls. I believe that division will have a traditional step ladder. All right, so in a kind of a little weird spot, right? Let's see if 5 through 8. We got some bowling on 5 and 6, so we'll go there because everyone here is complete. Looks like 9 and 10 though about to start. We just saw that group. So we start over on 5 and 6. Game 5 of 6 underway. Well, almost. It's underway on 5 and 6, and about to be underway now officially on 9 and 10. Young Eason Taylor about to graduate 8th grade here pretty soon. Ooh, and a messenger that did not connect. How does this not connect? Yeah, the reaction says it all. No doubt. There is Sarah Legu. I mentioned Sarah earlier for those who may have missed that. She was named the, or one of 2 USBC Youth Ambassadors of the Year. She received her award at the USBC convention in April. She's out of Rockford, Illinois, goes to Guilford High School. Her goal is to continue to influence young bowlers to never give up, also help spread knowledge about the SMART program and help promote that program to its full potential. Of course, the SMART program, big scholarship, obviously, program from the USBC Youth.
they need another bowler or are they good?
They're good. It's just the game will start.
We're not disturbing you.
Sorry.
Do I look more comfortable in these past two games? Have I looked more comfortable in the past two games?
I haven't been able to, my battery's going down on my phone.
Where's the other thing? Where's the talking for it? I'm saying, do I look more comfortable in these last two games? Well, what do you think was wrong the first two?
You were more nervous than anything.
I just didn't, the ball wasn't, I didn't know what to do.
Well, you got 2 more games.
Tired?
Not really. I'm hungry.
Angry?
get something to eat so you can eat something
Probably
too.
space over there. Then. That's what I'm saying. Probably stay here.
Yeah, I think so too. That's why I'm just waiting. There's going to be a lot of people over there. Because there's people like behind the people already waiting. Hey, one of the kids from school is here, isn't he? Oh, I saw his parents.
Matthew?
Yeah, but they didn't see me. No, it's not Matthew. It's not Matthew. The one that we went to take his trunks that were wet. He left in the car.
That one over there with the blue shirt?
I don't know. I saw him come by today.
What color shirt was he wearing?
I don't know. I don't remember. I saw him come by.
It had to remember Roman? Was it Roman?
Yeah.
Girl, that's his name. Matthew is his real name.
Oh, I only know him by Roman.
But that's his middle name. Right? Or no, that's his last name.
That's the other one.
lift around.
Just a little bit, Steve.
It might. They keep working.
Yeah. Because in a way, I look at it in the sense that there's nobody here to help you, there's nobody here to coach you, so you're going to figure it out yourself, and you're going to learn, and you're going to do whatever. So you didn't look like you were learning.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking the game.
It's all right, kid.
I mean, again, that takes time.
Yeah. And he's only been doing this for doing it at a high level for what, 6 months maybe?
So I have to think about that because his ability is so much greater than his knowledge. So I was brainstorming with us right here. I think we have to have like bowling in his office. Maybe we should just instead of bowling, do a Q&A session, talk about situations and stuff like that.
The kid before you does this, what are you going to do to make it adjustment? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's great. His bowling is as much mind as it is body.
And then we do a lot of the thinking for him.
I know you do.
So, I try to explain to him, but it's not enough.
No, I hear you.
So this ball is keeping him in play. And I don't know if he can shoot the big game.
He did it last time, but. All right, I'll figure it out and slide back.
All right.
All right, a step away, and we got a couple of 3 and 4 baggers going around. Oh, wow. That's a tough break on 7 and 8. Drop bowling balls here in Game 5 of the Leave Your Mark Open.
I said, you said it's better for me not to get mad. And I was like, nah, I thought it was better for me to get mad. I'll grab some once it's cooled down. Once it's cooled down. Once it's cooled down, put it down. When it's cooled down.
He's getting a real baptism.
That's what I told him. I said,
All right, down to your picture-in-picture there, young Aiden. Starting to put a few shots together. But so is Ava Lewis. 3-bagger, 9 spare, 9 spare. Let's see if Ryan Richter can get a good break. He did make that 5-7, by the way. Well, just when you thought that players had a good idea of what's happening, they actually look like they're getting harder. All right, that's got to get down there, Eason. Get down there. It will. This makes the finals even more intriguing. Another good shot from Aiden Lee off to the right. And of course, the front six here on 7 and 8. It is the third consecutive game, though, someone has started with at least the front six. First game, it was Ryan Carmichael. He ended up shooting .264. Then Mats Thunberg. He had the front 7. Carmichael had the front 9. Thunberg had the front 7. Ended up shooting .240. And now front 6. See Nehemiah Kiefer. Need some good to happen here as we welcome back Anthony Swanson. Haven't seen Anthony in a little bit. He's got the front 6 though, and I'm talking about a little bit as in haven't seen him in the last couple tournaments. This is my first event back probably since I think January. Wow. 9-pin. Very interesting. I don't know what Anthony's list, his college list, might look like at this point, but it was pretty clear from a very early age, several years ago, in fact, that that young man's got all kinds of game. The talent certainly is there and evident. One of the cooler things about Anthony, though, is his skills as a musician, pianist. Runs in the family. His brother also plays multiple instruments. The group on 9 through 12 at the moment. Specifically 9 and 10, they're in the 8th frame, but 11 and 12 just beginning the 6th frame. Thunberg off to the right. Excellent shot. Meanwhile, Grace. Been a very good start to this game for Grace. I feel like she's bowled what feels like every single recent EYT. All right, Nehemiah Kiefer. Still moving in the right direction. Good shot off camera. Eason high flush. This thing started with a, his game started with a tough messenger. All right, we got another front six on 11 and 12. Tim Love Jr. Switch next door for a little bit. Aiden Lee, big shot in the ninth after a missed single pin in the eighth. He can get to 202. We'll go over the standings and see where all participants remain at the moment. Lillian Smith looking for a little hold, won't get it. Anthony Swanson can still get to 279. Hello, Olivia Titus. The next EYT event will be in, it'll be in June 27th. I'll get that exact date for you. Yes, it is June 27th. Tinley Park, Illinois at Centennial Lanes. I hope to see you there, Olivia. Tim Love Jr. with the front 7. So now the second player today we've had with the front 7. Autumn Strode starting to come alive a little bit next door. She can get to 214. There's Autumn. It's a good break because that one was left the entire way. That's okay because we can now check out Nehemiah. He's been unsure about the last 3 shots, but yet they have all ended with a good result. Here's Anthony Swanson. This cross overall, you know, putting together some solid scoring here. Boy, Aiden just absolutely crushed the shot. Aced it, wrapped a 10-pin. Dylan. Blower 7 there for Dylan. Got his champion's jersey this morning and went out and put it right on. 256 there for Swanson. 186 there for Sebastian. Tim Love with the front 8. lot of wrap tens now. The pattern has stretched a little bit, and stretch meaning, think carry down, but you'll hear that word used a lot. The pattern has stretched a little bit. Aiden got to 182 again, a very, very, very difficult wrap 10 pin in the 10th frame. He was trying to save 2-0. But when the pattern stretches, now where your ball was, seeing friction and being continuous at the end of the pattern, there's just a little bit of additional oil now. And so it's taken a little bit longer to kind of get through. And there you see the wrap tins every now and then. All right, Kiefer, then to Love. 3, 6, 9, 10. Back to Tim Love, right side of your screen. He is looking for the front 9. Push ball. There it is. Timothy Love Jr., second player today we have seen with the front 9. By my good friend Kimani Smith. He's a principal at a wonderful school in Akron, Ohio. But he also is a musician, and he's a rapper on the side. And he wrote a song called Bad Breaks, and it's a bowling-themed song. You can catch it on anywhere you can get your streaming music, Spotify, Apple Music, etc., and so forth, and even on YouTube for that matter. And so the last couple of frames, I've seen a lot of bad breaks, and I often refer to his song. And you might too, so go check it out. Get his streams up for at least a little bit, and then think about the song when you leave Wrap 10 Pin, Stone Cold 7, Blower 7, Crush 9 Pin, Stone 8, all of the above. Tim Love Jr. was the first person here this morning. I guess I shouldn't say that. But we arrived at about the same time, which was 7:15 a.m. And he was he was in the building before I was. Kevin Henderson, mom in the back, watching intently. So is one of the best coaches, not only in the state of Illinois, but I would say across the country, that many may not know about, in Sherry Weatherly. Young Kevin, unsure if this is his first experience on Sport Patterns, but getting an opportunity to kind of see where he is, test the skills. I'm going to give Kevin about, let's see, this is May. I'm going to give him till the end of this year, and if he bowls more, I could see a couple cuts in his future. The foundation is there. Speaking of foundation, Tim Love Jr. looking for 10 in a row. Nice run there, Tim. Well, we've had 2 runs at perfection today. Ryan Carmichael and Tim Love Jr. If my memory is correct, I think Tim attends Morgan Park High School. A long-time CPS bowling juggernaut. Nice game by Tim. 279. Let's see where that moves him on the old leaderboard here. He was 5th and had about a 50-pin cushion over 8th. Actually, more than that when you think about 9th. But that all but locks him into the top 8 in the U16 division. All right, well, it looks like now we're a couple groups on the high end of the building working into game 6. Some in the 9th frame, some in the last half of the 8th. Actually, some are in the 10th frame. So it's probably because Tim was striking so much that pace was so much faster than everybody else.
forgot to put the pin there. Would you mind setting that pin on that paper there? Thank you. Oh, I know. They forgot to they left the pin.
Olivia Matisiak saw her a little bit at Tulane. All right, so with that said, let's take a look at the score. So I mentioned Tim is going to move on up the leaderboard. He will get to plus. And depending on how Ryan Carmichael bowled in game 5, Tim might take the lead in the U16 boys division. Looks like a 3-player race for U12 boys. 2-player race for U12 girls with Jersey and Samantha. U12 boys will feature Logan Jennings and Xavier Martinez, along with Landon Henderson, is still with plenty of games to go at the moment. Yeah, they still have just 4 in. Starting to see more scores roll through. Nehemiah Kiefer now 51 under. Eli Franco has been very good today in U14 boys. Caitlin Stoll and Leslie Majors in U14 girls at the moment, where the 2 players will advance. However, Norray Jones is right there. It's a big game for Autumn Strode. Able to bail out 214. Still puts her in the mix. Ooh, wow. Whoa. Oh, Nick. Tell about the fronts burning up. Now, if you remember, like, I think Norray Jones was on this pair 9 and 10. Maybe 2 games ago at this point, she was throwing something that had a little bit of surface, something strong. She went to a cleaner bowling ball. And just looking at Ben, that was 2 games ago. And what Nick just did. He made the right move. I can't. Wow. One spare. But it's the way the one spare happened. Really, just the one. I mean, okay, watch this ball just immediately see it, okay? I mean, how wild is that? It's interesting that there is now actually something to kind of throw at. And there's more players kind of still yet to make that big move left. Interesting that Eason went away from, I don't know what he has switched to on the second frame. Maybe it was your thing, but he was able to kind of play him up like 8, 9-ish. right, we should have more 5-game scores in. With that, I can see Anthony Simonson's total has moved to plus 12. We actually got somebody done with game 6. Is that true? Wow, we do. Looks like the high end of the building is done with game 6. That can't be right. Wow. Anybody else done with game 6? If there's just one score for game 6, then I don't know. Double checking on that game 6 tally. I only see a game 6 for one player. So that might be in the wrong column for someone. So it just took a little bit for the lower end of the building to start game 6. Looks like they are officially in it. Which means, let's see, the high end and the low end of the building going to be finished last. The groups in front of us and to our left are going to be finished first. Autumn Strode trying to make sure she hangs on to a spot here. U16 girls, but right now through 5. She is in the lead. And in U16 girls, we are taking the top 6. So right now it's Autumn Strode, Grace Zika, Abigail Lawson, who I thought was playing the lanes the best, especially in games 1 and 2, Jillian Dwiggins and Jessica Pivas, along with Sophia Maldonado. So it's a battle right now of Maldonado and Leah Johnson, maybe Jade Mazinis as well, to get a spot in the U16 girls finals. In the U18 boys right now, Brett Biondo, Anthony Swanson, Tyler Paulus, Sebastian Krupa, Rush Steen, Jaden Ramel, and Jaden is 8th. Aiden Gutierrez is 9th. It looks like I see some players without scores maybe for game 5. I do. I see 2 players without scores for game 5. That's Seth Sider and Jonas Przyblinski. And they would be ahead of Jaden Ramel and Matthew Roman. So a couple players vying for spots in the U18 boys. U18 girls division. Katie Scaletta right now leading the way, followed by Sarah Legou, Abigail Helsinger. We are taking 4, and right now 4th is Skylar Petz, Gianna Mendoza, and Olivia Matisiak. Very close to the number. Nice comeback shot from Nick. U23, Mats Thunberg. All right, so Thunberg, Jacqueline Knowles, Lillian Smith, Aiden Lee right now. It's a race between Aiden Lee and Josh Newcomb. Aiden Lee leads Josh by 15 pins. Heading into the final game, I believe those two are crossing either with each other or next to each other on 13 and 14. Aiden has started, looks like a spare, split, double. Make it a triple. Whew, lane 10 is tough. It is not fun. Maya didn't like that start. All right, we'll take a look at 5 through 8 in a little bit. Meanwhile, Swanson playing a game of Dutch 200 at the moment. Hearing some interesting conversations you may have just got a peek at that with athletes and their parents. This conversation is basically about probably about loft to some degree. Oof. Oof. Well, Dylan, every time I watch him, he's can't get any good breaks. No good carry. Sebastian, he's figured out a way to play him a little straighter. And right now he is in the number. With 1 game to go, too many bowling balls on the rack. Pretty good game here from Grace Zika. Same thing can be said for Ryan. Every time I watch Ryan Richter, he too can't get a break. Still a couple scores down on 7 and 8. I gotta tell you, if you're someone like Swanson who has no problem going left to right, finding the friction to the right, and being able to get it there and still have it continue. As long as his pair is decent, I think he could have a chance to kind of run his Eliminator finals. He's too good to not see, kind of where the friction is. Same thing with Dylan to some degree. If you can get something that's going to continue, as you can move left and open up the lane a little bit more. This is where some of the straighter players may struggle in the finals, possibly. Nick tried the backup. Nothing doing out there either. Finally. There's only one player plus in the U16 boys, and that's Ryan Carmichael. But somehow Ryan Richter's figured out a way to carry just enough to be second at the moment. And they're taking 8 in that division. Oh, Aiden Lee has all but punched his ticket. Caitlin Stoll looking to maintain the lead in the U14 girls. Autumn needed that, although I don't think she's going to fall out by any stretch. You never know. You don't want to leave it to chance. Get as many as you can. She can shoot 188. Grace Zika right next door. Grace is going to finish at 190. So Zika's going to be at, let's see, minus 132. She could be the leader in U16 girls, potentially. But if Autumn can strike in the 9th and first one in the 10th, she's going to be, or maintain the lead, I should say. Looks like Liv won't be able to advance potentially, and she'll need some help though in the U18 girls. Meanwhile, Easton Taylor and U14 boys. Well, this game started really well, but all of a sudden, Easton Taylor in grave danger of missing this cut. Tough pair. It's going to be up to Garrett Byer and Blake Mitchell. Two players in U14 boys who will directly impact Easton Taylor. He's going to be at -131, but again, those players will still have a chance to advance. Just saw your note, Helen, about Aiden and Josh. Well, it's almost as if fate would have them be the deciding factors possibly. And who's going to advance in U23? Miss Boykin checking in. Good afternoon. Let's watch Anthony Swanson. Looks like 11 and 12 was a little bit more favorable than 9 and 10. We will have some finals over here for sure. Let's go next door for a moment. Raffle tickets, Dexter shoes. Chance to see where Dylan Ducat here is in a moment. Back to 11 and 12 as they finish up. Oof. Wow. Ryan, very end over end on that shot. I think it had a little bit to do with that 9-pin, but that was certainly good enough to strike by all accounts. It is kind of one way to utilize the friction, go end over end a little bit. Plenty of bowling still left to do on the high end of the building, but I don't see At least at the moment, I don't see anyone on the front something. Nice spare. All right, Anthony, excuse me, 2 strikes away from 250. And it'll be a battle between Brett Biondo and Anthony Swanson, who's going to be the leader of U18 boys qualifying. Autumn trips of 4 on the fill. Oh, Caitlin Stoll just left an 8-10. And it's only because the ball essentially just rolled out of that friction. Good shot, though. But she looks pretty dialed in on what's happening right now. And with only taking 2 and U14 girls, it looks like it'll be a direct to step ladder situation for Caitlin. And it's either going to be against Leslie Majors or Emily Schmidt or Norray Jones, possible. We'll find out. She shoots 213. And that was her first 200 game of the day. Actually, that's a good sign heading into the finals. So yeah, Nehemiah will finish up. Not the way he wanted. See how that will affect his role in the standings here. Speaking of standings, Leslie Majors trying to hang on to the last spot in U14 girls. She's going to be in the 130s. Abigail Lawson trying to make sure she remains in U16 girls. So at this point, and this group is going to be finished here in just a second. All the other bowling is going to be happening on the low and high ends of the building. So we'll turn our cameras at one point. I'll turn this camera. Actually, I'll turn 5 through 8, actually. That'll get you a much better view of 1 through 4 down there. Final fill shot, and then I'll take a look at what's happening down on 1 through 4 and the way that you can get some bonus bowling down there. Eliminator finals probably will begin closer to 3 o'clock. Let's go turn that camera though.
What? Can I get my phone? Por favor. So I for sure didn't make it? Yeah. I don't care. Oh, I forgot to turn off my phone. I forgot I shut it off.
It's big group 2 finishing up. Very important with respect to who's going to advance in the U18 boys division. Oof.
Oh, don't worry about totals. We'll take care of the total. We just need each game. Thank you.
Bowling should be complete around, I'm going to say, probably a little before 2:30. With the Eliminator finals probably to begin around 3 or close to it.
No, they don't want to leave. So it's so close right now, he doesn't want to leave.
I'm going to say 2:45. Well, Ryan Carmichael looks pretty primed to trying to get himself another EYT title here. Hey, look at this U18. We know Anthony's in. Probably, certainly Brett Bionda would be in. Looks like Tyler Paulus is probably going to be in as well. Rushdie was battling. Hadn't bowled in a while, but he could sneak in there.
experience because I go into bowls as much anymore.
fucking sucking my balls.
All right, you guys. I'm looking for Kaden, Reagan, Lillian, Malloy, and Ryan Lee. Unless you want to donate to the prize one. Come to the counter. All right, I'm also going to be drawing the raffle in 2.5 minutes.
He's facing the third team. Where that facing the third?
So I can finish that. So, step by. The first seed is already in the final match. Third and the fourth seed. So she's gonna face the third seed, or whatever seed. Whoever. The winner of that can face me. The winner of that will face me. Yeah. You say that face now. I don't want to. Yeah, I mean, the first 5 games I was really lost. No, it was bad. And I was like, I didn't like watching it. No, all I know is that we started at 45.
All right, everybody, get your tickets out. Just kidding. There's no tickets. It's always really funny to me. Okay, first winning ticket is Heidi Bernice Ducat. You get first dibs. We've got a lot of prizes. We got t-shirts, reactor wipes, socks, hat, storm cleaner, storm ball of choice, Dexter shoe of choice. Heidi Bernice Ducat, winner. Hillary Shalinsky, you're number 2. Jill Schmidt, number 3. All right, next winner, Nehemiah Kiefer, Skylar Petz, Spencer Malloy, Trisha Byer. You guys won. We have an immortalizer, we have a process over outcome t-shirt, React to White, White Sox hat. It's an EYT White Sox hat, and they're doing really good this season, so support them. We've got a Storm emoji resin, React to Shine, React to Scuff. U12 boys division. You're going to be on 9 and 10. In the first round will be the number 3 seed Landon Henderson versus the number 2 seed Logan Jennings. The winner of that match will then face the number 1 seed Xavier Martinez. Lanes 9 and 10. U14 girls, we're going right to the finals on lanes 5 and 6. The number 2 seed Leslie Majors versus the number 1 seed Caitlin Stahl. In the U14 boys division, you're going to be on 3 and 4. In the first match will be the number 4 seed Garrett Byer versus the number 3 seed Ethan Taylor. The winner of that match will face the number 2 seed Nehemiah Kiefer. And then the winner of that match will see the number 1 seed Eli Franco. The U14 boys will start on lanes 3 and 4, and the second round will be on lanes 5 and 6, along with the finals. U16 girls is a little bit different of a finals. It's an eliminator final. So you'll be on lanes 15 and 16. In the first match will be 4 people. The number 6 seed Jessica Pivas, the number 5 seed Jillian Wiggins, and the number 4 seed Sofia Maldonado, and the number 3 seed Autumn Sherrill. You're going to pull 1 game. The top 2 scores will advance to the next round to see the number 2 seed Abigail Lawson and number 1 seed Grace Zika. The 4 of you will pull 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the finals.
I don't know.
Again, you'll be on 15 and 16.
16.
U16 boys will be on the 17 and 18. Same finals as U16 girls. In the first round will be the number 8 seed Lucas Arata versus the number 7 seed Tyler Babcock versus the number 6 seed Daniel Wolf versus the number 5 seed Kyle Kraus. You're going to hold 1 game. The top 2 scorers will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 4 seed Ryan Richter and the number 3 seed Shane Aspera. The 4 of you will hold 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 2 seed Timothy Love and the number 1 seed Ryan Carmichael. The 4 of you will hold 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the finals. Also, U16 boys, you're going to start on 17 and 18 for 3 rounds, and then the finals will be on lanes 9 and 10. In the U18 girls, you'll be on 19 and 20 for the first match. The number 4 seed Gianna Mendoza versus the number 3 seed Abigail Helsinger. You're going to roll, and the winner will advance to the next round to see the number 2 seed Katie Scott. And you're going to start on lanes 19 and 20 for the first round, U18 girls. But the second round and the finals will be on 7 and 8. The winner of the second match will face the number 1 seed, Sarah Lugu.
I'm trying to find out what we won. Okay, we both
U18 boys, lanes 13 and 14 to start. In the first match will be the number 8 seed, Matthew Roman, versus the number 7 seed, Jonas Shablinsky, versus number 6 seed, Sebastian Krupa, versus the number 5 seed, Tyler Paulus. You will 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 4 seed, Rush Steen, and the number 3 seed, Seth Sider. The 4 of you will hold 1 game, and 2 will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 2 seed, Anthony Swanson, and the number 1 seed, Brett Biondo. Same thing. 4 of you will hold 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the finals. U18 boys, you're going to start on 13 and 14 for 3 rounds. The finals will be on 11 and 12, so we can get you on the live stream.
I don't know.
U23, you'll be on 11 and 12. In the first match will be the number 4 seed, Joshua Newcomb, versus the number 3 seed, Jacqueline Knowles. The winner of that will see the number 2 seed, Aiden Lee. The winner of that match will go on to face the number 1 seed, Max Junberg. get 2 balls on each lane. If you have to move pairs, everybody gets 2 balls on each lane. All right, we're gonna give you a minute to get to your pairs. I must have crushed it because nobody asked me where they were bowling. Thank you for listening. Good luck in the finals. If you have a bye, you can warm up on 23 and 24. All right, whenever you're ready, you can take your 2 balls on each lane.
All right, folks, we got bowling. We've got finals for you. Some divisions will be off camera for a little bit. Some will be on. At some point, every division will cross either 5 or lanes 5 through 12, whether it's to start or whether it's to end our finals. But everyone will have an opportunity, or I should say each division will have an opportunity to be represented here. So we'll get you started. In front of you right now, 9 and 10. U12 boys will be 2 rounds, 3 players, a semifinal and a championship match. Logan Jennings will take on Landon Henderson to start, and then Xavier Martinez, #1 seed in U12 boys. We'll also have U23 on 11 and 12 throughout. Get a chance to see U23. We don't often get a chance to catch them on a live stream, so now we will. And up to bat first, Jacqueline Knowles will take on Josh Newcomb. Give you the rest of the rundown for U23. It's going to be Aiden Lee as the #2 seed, and Mats Thunberg as the #1 seed in U23. That will be a traditional step ladder. So will 11 and 12. Then over on 5 through 8. 5 through 8 will feature U14 girls and the U12 girls championship. On the left, U14 girls, also championship out of the gate. That's right, we're taking 2 in both U14 girls and U12 girls based on entries. Jersey Asbeatty, Samantha Ruffin, U12 girls on the right. And Caitlin Stahl, Leslie Majors, the 1 versus 2 there in the U14 girls division. So that's what we have set for you. Coming up in round 2, some of those divisions and will change and then move into some extra spots. For example, U14 boys starting on 3 and 4, they will finish on 5 and 6 for the next 2 rounds so they can be in camera range. In our U16 girls, U16 boys, they will end up, U16 boys will end up on 9 and 10 with a championship. U16 girls will end up on 9 and 10 for their championship. U18 girls will start on 19 and 20. They will move to 7 and 8 for their final 2 rounds in the championship. And the same for U18 boys. We will see them in round 4 for a championship. All right, with that said, it looks like we're about ready. Looks like Landon is off and running. Early washout, but Landon will take the count, which is the right thing to do. Young Logan, he's made the big move. I should say not the big move right, because he was out there for a good portion of the day, but I think he's made the right ball adjustment if he is going to be playing out there, something that's much stronger. Early opens for both, and where Logan was looking for a little hook, not seeing any over there. 9 and 10 was a tough pair anyway, and you'll see that friction in the early portion of the lane on 11 and 12 too, and you saw it right there from on lane 11. Bottom left, or I'm sorry, bottom right of your screen, again, U12 girls and U14 girls. After a couple of shots, let's see if we can make that edge scoreboard just a little bit better. All right, after the spare, that's got to hook a ton. And today, not a lot of friction on the gutter. In fact, there's limited to 0 friction on the gutter. If you're watching in this Facebook chat or on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind to drop a comment or so, let us know where you're watching and who you're rooting for here in the finals today. And if you're rooting for someone in the division that isn't currently on camera, let me know, and I'll make sure I try to keep track of what's happening in those divisions. It's a good ball change there for Logan. Something that probably is a little cleaner, right? So there is friction, okay, but not near the gutter. And there's enough friction in the early part of the lane that some clean with his ball speed, if it's online, should perform. Yep, and that one hooked immediately. And our championships next door, we'll take a look at those here in a moment. Nice spare. Landon's going to go back up at this split. He will get count, though. All right, quick look next door. As Knowles just left a 4-9. And Samantha Ruffin can't get the 7 to fall. All right, so off camera, Miss Knowles did strike. She's wearing the Lakes Bowl jersey on 11 and 12. Logan Jennings, he's now got 3 marks in a row. Meanwhile, Jersey Asbeatty looking for the 5-pin connection. And through 5, it is a, yeah, Samantha Ruffin with the lead. Back to Logan. That lane is hooking a lot. Nice spare. That was slightly offset too from the 3-pin. Meanwhile, Josh, his first open comes in the 4th frame, but Knowles with 3 out of the first 4. So Newcomb now with a blower 7-pin. Meanwhile, Samantha Ruffin just carried in the 6th frame. All right, good spare there from Landon. One thing I appreciate about U12 bowlers, right? Learning how to control their emotions. And it's happening in real time. So I couldn't really imagine actually being as good as Landon or Logan or anybody else for that, even Samantha or Jersey, being that good this early. I think at 12, I was really still just trying to just throw it straight down the middle. Meanwhile, Miss Knowles, now she's got the Lakes Bowl jersey on. Which means that she might know this bowling center. Landon finally strikes. He'll take that. My man Landon, so let's do something here. Look at what Jacqueline's got going on here. High flush. Josh just kind of got that look like, well, what did I do to her? He's dominating right now. All right, so we had in our YouTube chat, someone asked about Autumn Strode and Autumn in U16, which began on 15 and 16. I'll give you an update short. I'm not sure if she's bowling yet. I think she is, though, and I'll tell you if so in just a moment. Leslie Majors and Caitlin Stahl getting closer to learning who a champion's going to be there. Samantha Ruffin, 10-pin. Jersey still in the match right now after going 9 spare strike. In fact, she went 6 spare, 9 spare strike. She can still shoot 194. That's out there for her. So that one not over yet. In fact, these 2 matches, though, championship matches. Back to Leslie Majors. 7-pin goes late. Majors can shoot 198, 310 for Ruffin. And she will take 1. So an opportunity now exists for Jersey Asbeatty. Good shot, landed in the bottom right corner. There's Landon's shot. Asbeatty, 7-pin goes. How about Jersey? Getting the first one in the 10th. Stay behind the foul line, keep it on the lane. Good count here. Asbeatty. Jersey taking advantage of the late open from her opponent. Coming off a youth adult championship. And now the Asbeatty family, Jersey about to bring home multiple EYT titles. She'll go back-to-back months. I don't know if she knows what just took place. How about that? Now, unless that's a 2-game match and no one told me, which sometimes the crew forgets to tell me that we changed some formats. Meanwhile, Newcomb trying to stay in the match. Opportunity for Landon. 7-pin goes. I don't know if Landon knows the score situation right now, but I feel like the best thing for him is to just keep on bowling. But Logan missed the 8-count spare And this is give Landon an opportunity to throw them all here in the 10th to win. It's okay. Logan is going to advance. He will face Xavier Martinez. Landon's going to finish third. Meanwhile, 6-pin for Knowles. I'll check in on Stahl and Majors. Looks like Leslie can get into the 160s. Caitlin Stahl just made a spare in the 9th to seal that one up. Keep it on the lane. Well, the best Josh could do was 181. And of course, Jacqueline, even though the 810 is there, she's got more than enough. The split in the 9th was the costly one for Newcomb. All right, so Xavier Martinez about to step up, get a couple of shots. He gets 2 balls on each lane. Young Xavier, boy, he has come out of, I won't say nowhere, but like, you know, we see U12 bowlers obviously all the time. It's the first division that the young players enter. Boy, I tell you, he has come in fierce, I think multiple times already. 172 the final for Miss Stahl, as Leslie Majors will finish it out. Big time talents, both Majors and Stahl. So we already got 3 champions, or excuse me, 2 champions crowned. Aiden Lee will be next in the U23 division. Nice finish there for Josh. Late open was the costly one. I understand that Josh is headed to Wisconsin Whitewater. right, we're all done there. Aiden Lee with his practice shots. Meanwhile, Xavier Martinez is going to kick off the U12 boys title match. Lot of hook on 9. And our other divisions, which had either 6 or 8 players, they are in the elimination format, or eliminator format, I should say. The divisions we've had in front of us here have been more traditional stepladder because of the number of entries. So this is for the U12 title. Logan Jennings versus Xavier Martinez. Landon Henderson had a late shot in the 10th frame. Right, Knowles is elected to, Aiden Lee is elected for Knowles to start the match. And she starts just like she started match number 1. She had 4 of the first 5 or 3 of the first 4. And ended up winning 188 to 181 over Josh Newcomb. Good spare there for Logan Jennings. Still a lot to be determined in our other divisions, but looks like they're all in the 10th frame. So we'll know more in just a little bit. We do have now U14 boys action on 5 and 6. And what looks to be some U18 girls bowling on 7 and 8 for their final 2 rounds. Ooh, interesting. I'm sure Aiden probably seen him a little bit differently now. He was one of the first players to kind of see it and get left early, which I thought was the right move, especially if your skill set allowed you to do it. Kind of like Xavier, though the difference right now is, I mean, there's pockets of friction. And the pattern is still flat on the inside, so yeah, always got to keep that in mind. Let's see how he attacks this 5-pin. He tried to shoot this with his plastic ball, and it hooked immediately. I do think this is the right move here. See how far he can project it right. Good job. Logan's probably got a little bit more angle than he thinks. He can get he can't get too steep, but there's enough room for a few boards of angle. Our U23 division effectively is the collegiate division. So we got Jacqueline Knowles, who represents Wisconsin Whitewater. Nice ball change. Knowles completed her freshman season this past year at Wisconsin Whitewater. Team just missed a ITC's bid. They finished 5th at their respective sectional. Big deep breath there for Knowles. Xavier. This one's going to come down to the 10th frame. Over in our U14 boys, Garrett Byer taking on Nehemiah Kiefer. Byer defeated Easton Taylor in match 1. U18 girls semifinal also underway. That's now next door, bottom of your screen. Katie Scaletta versus Gianna Mendoza. Big shot. That's a huge double there for Xavier. +20 pin lead now. And Aiden Lee kind of on the same start that Jackie Knowles was on in her match. Three in a row for Martinez. Jackie Knowles is something. Very good player. Very good player indeed for Coach Rebecca Hagerman. High flush again. You cannot allow an opening for Knowles. And she's got a little, again, a little bit of the home cooking, if you will, with the Lakes Bowl jersey. To Wakanda High School, which is about 8 miles from here. Xavier starting to pull away. Very difficult start for Nehemiah Kiefer on the bottom right of your screen. 8 spare, a couple of single pin misses, then a split. Just threw his best shot in the 5th frame. His opponent buyer though, strike, open, double. And with that, Aiden Lee is going to need a little bit of help. That ball really started to slow down as it got going down lane. Put another one down for Knowles. Top seed is Matt Thunberg in U23. I'm talking about if you're going to be pretty straight, I mentioned this earlier, right? But there is a way to play the lanes, you know, kind of up the boards, and that's what Knowles is doing. Looks like 17, 18 or so at the arrows. Obviously not very steep. Aiden throwing some good shots here. His bowling ball is just running out of energy. Judson trying to build themselves a contender, specifically in the men's division. Women's division had just a historic last 2 years, including advancing to ITCs in 2025. This year, I think they won more tournaments than they had won in a season as a program. There you go. Aiden coming back from injury. Getting himself back in tune these last few events. I hear you, bud. I know that feeling. Meanwhile, Xavier Martinez finishes it out. 2-14 for Xavier in the championship match. He has got himself another U12 title. All right, so the next group that'll be on 9 and 10 will be the U16 girls. And, excuse me, it's going to be about 5 frames or so before they make their way over here. One final look here at Jackie Knowles. She will get a look at a different bowling ball, it looks like, on the fill, which is the right idea. And then we'll take you down to 5 through 8. All right, 231, 184. Out of Kiefer, who is starting to build a little bit of run and some runway. See if Matt Stoonberg can tune up a victory against Jackie Knowles, who has got the inside track where she's been around 18, 19 at the Arrows, and she has looked very good here. All right, so Beyer. He had the inside track. He needed a mark in the 10th to advance over Nehemiah Kiefer, and for Nehemiah, unfortunately, some unforced errors, the big difference there. So Beyer's going to advance. He's going to be in the 170s. So the championship match coming up on 5 and 6 in the U14 boys. It's going to be Eli Franco. He's had his fair share of EYT triumphs recently. He will take on Garrett Beyer for the title. Matz has elected for Jackie Knowles to start. We'll get over there in a moment. Meanwhile, good finish here. And U14 girls, I beg your pardon. Or U18 girls, excuse me, with Katie Scaletta and Gianna Mendoza. Shutout situation for Scaletta. Mark here in the 10 frame, and Scaletta will advance to face Sarah Legou for the U18 girls title. Anything less than that, and Gianna Mendoza will have an opportunity to win. And now the opportunity to win potentially exists for Mendoza. 4-6-7 for Scaletta. If she makes it, gave it a run. Right, 2 strikes and 6 for Mendoza. And she is on to the title match. Right, she gave it a run, and so Katie Scaletta will face Sarah Legu, the 1 versus 2 in U18 girls. All right, back to U23 championship match, the right of your screen. Oh, nicely done. Mendoza did make the washout. Still got some Eliminator finals rounds to get through. Knowles. Yeah, that A-pin thought about it. I can tell you, she has just been impressive on 11 and 12 from the start. So look at what she's been able to do. Watch the A-pin. Ball had to hit it for it to be completely knocked down. Thunberg, wow, that's the difference, right? That is the difference sometimes in bowling. Holmes, ball has to hit the 8-pin exactly for it to carry. And of course, Thunberg, his bowling ball has to then get past the 9-pin, or goes right past the 9-pin, excuse me. Just right past it. Strike, split, spare, strike for Thunberg. Beyer and Franco already off and running. And it's an early advantage for Garrett Beyer versus Eli Franco. We'll take a moment and look at that match here in a sec as well, along with Sarah Legu. I believe who is completing her practice over on 7 and 8. Oh. First time that Holmes really got a bowling ball kind of steep, so she got that one right early, and not a lot of energy as it got into the friction and just kind of laid off as it started to make its move toward the 1-3. Her best success has been when she's been able to keep that thing between like 17 and 20 at the arrows. But she is trying to run the ladder and take home the U23 crown here this afternoon at Lakes Bowl in Round Lake, Illinois. Grace Zika, Jessica Peavis about to step up here on 9 and 10, which now what looks like the U16 girls title match. All right, split here. We'll take a look down. Bayer Franco. All right, big spare there for Franco, especially after the open frame in the 6th from Garrett Bayer. 223 to max for Bayer. 233 right now the max for Eli Franco. Close match again in U23. Oof. Bayer sending pins everywhere. Quick look at that messenger. Big moment next door. Holmes chopped a 3-6. Thunberg. Oh, what a shot. That just split the 8-9 beautifully. Meanwhile, Grace Zika, the daughter of Greg Zika. Tyler Paulus. Believe he needed still needs some hits in the 10th frame. Let's see. Yeah, he needed the first one in the 10th frame to guarantee himself second, which would be an advancing number, if my memory is correct, with respect to that format. One more puts him in the 2-0s, though. Okay, 3, 6, 9, 10 for Franco in a match that is coming down to the final frames. Byer. Good break, just leaving the 3-pin. If he makes this, he will have the advantage after the open frame from Franco in the 9th. Final 2 frames between Holmes and Thunberg. And for, Knowles, I beg your pardon. And for Jackie Knowles, bottom screen, 11 and 12. She's been in control of every single match. Now has had to come from behind here. Lost the ball reaction just a little bit. Here she is. Big shot, 9th frame. Bang. That was a must-have, although Mats will be able to step up in the 9th and 10th. The strike in the 9th. And the first one in the 10th with a good count. Yeah, strike in the 9th and then strike 9 spare in the 10th frame will get Mats the U23 title today. First part is done. Now, open frame in the 10th for Garrett Byer. Possibility of a tie does loom, but any kind of mark. Thought we could have a tie. But 9 out would have been 167. We'll get you back there in a moment. Franco's got to make that spare. Thunberg, no. And he now will give the opportunity for Jackie Holmes to step up in the 10th and win it. Back up at the 3-6-10 and made it. Eli Franco. I got to tell you, to throw back up a spare like that, you got to have a lot of confidence in your game. And I know that two-handed players, at this point, you have to have the backup ball as part of your toolbox. That was impressive. How about that? Another EYT title for Eli Franco. Well, the players themselves, they traded opens late. Unfortunately for Mr. Byer, his in the 10th frame was the difference. Grace has now missed a couple of, or missed a makeable, had a split in the second, a 7-10. Updates you on our U18 girls match in a moment. Thunberg gets 7, and count was very important there. Boy, Knowles wasted no time. I like the strategy here, too. She's got to get the first one in the 10th. 3-pin for Jackie Knowles. And Mats Thunberg. Going to take home the U23 crown today. Because he got 7, Jackie could have struck in the 10th. 9 spare would have been a tie. So, of course, a double would have gotten her the title, but there was still a possibility of a tie in that situation. Good finish indeed. 182-173. She will be the runner-up today in U23. Let's go next door to our U18 girls title between Sarah Legoux and Katie Scaletta. Great start out the gates, as you can see from Sarah Legoux. Grace Zika, big double in the 4th and 5th. Grace was the #1 seed today. Grace wasting no time. She just put a 3-bagger up on the board. Jessica Peavis with trouble. She'll wait for Scaletta. Great shot. Must have to her first strike of the match. Already a couple of opens here for Jessica. All right, Miss Boykin, good question. In U16 boys, let's see. U16 boys. I see Tim Love. I see Ryan Carmichael. And they look like they're in, yeah, they are in match. They're in frame 7. Also Daniel Wolf. So Carmichael and Love were the top 2 seeds. And they should be at the point where the top 2 players after this game will advance to the finals. Well, some interesting events starting to shape up here in our 9 and 10 matchup. Grace just missed a single pin, although Jessica Phoebus hasn't figured out something consistent. Good shot. Boy, Grace plays them in like better than a lot of people I know, including myself for that matter. And unfortunately for Miss Scaletta, a lot of red circles. Opens 1 strike. U18 boys. Anthony Swanson, Brett Biondo, Rustine, Tyler Paulus. $173 to max for Jessica, so it's still an outside chance. Oh, nicely done. 4-9 by Katie Scaletta. Look at the replay. Legu in a great position to be able to absorb that split. Though crazier things have happened, Scaletta can still shoot 183. Back to Grace. She gets it off her hands so clean. Not the finish that Grace was hoping for, so Jessica Peeves actually has a chance here. Oh, look at this. How about that? What a way, and after the first one in the 10th, she's got to stay behind the foul line, keep it on the lane. Count's still important, but you don't anticipate it. A good lesson, and of course, in staying in a match. It looked like Grace had this thing won from the start. She goes open in the 9th and 10th. Jessica Peeves able to hang around. She had 3 consecutive opens in the 5th, 6th, and 7th frames. And Jessica Peeves, who probably at one point in the middle of that game thought it wasn't going to be her day. And instead, she will come away with a U16 girls title, and very nice sportsmanship there from Grace to Jessica. She can't believe it. Jessica cannot believe that she just won that. And I can't blame her. Another interesting one here. Oh, God, I was looking at the wrong score. I was just about to say, what is going on? All right, so 172, the max there for Scaletta. This one's mathematically complete. Excuse me, between Scaletta and Legou. All right, we'll be able to catch essentially the semifinal of the U18 boys match. That's going on next door on 13 and 14. U16 boys on their way. Ryan Carmichael, Shane Asbra, And it looks like it's going to be Ryan versus Shane with Tim Love Jr. and David Wolf eliminated. Tim Love did have the front 9 today. Had his chance at 300. He got to 279. Yep, he did shoot 279, qualified second. So they're about 5th frame. Yeah, 5th frame here. Carmichael, Asbra coming up. Each player gets 2 shots on each lane. Ryan Carmichael also had the front 9 today. He ended up shooting 264. Up to 3, 6, 7, 10. Almost made it. Brett Biondo is continuing a striking spree. Every time I see Biondo now, I just anticipate him to strike all the time. Carmichael is taking his last 2 shots. They'll both be on lane 10. Shane Ashbrook now will get his 2 shots on each lane as well. So now in front of you, Swanson. Caves the big 4 for 3 in a row. It's a pretty fun group here. This is like you take this group of 4 on the golf course. Be a lot of laughs, some errant shots, but also some good shots. Good shot by Biondo. Big double for him. He's clean. And he's got the early track to a berth in the title match here today. Tyler Paulus keeping pace. He threw the first one in the 10th to in good count to lock up a spot here in the semifinals. All right, looks like Shane and Ryan are both done with their practice. Carmichael is the top seed. We'll see who goes first. All right, Ryan has elected for Shane to go first. He wraps a little bit of a 10 pin. That was almost a wrap 7-10. Shane Asbra. Got a nice little written article about the boys bowling team from Evanston Township and the Evanstonian. Asbra and Swanson, teammates. The Evanston Township boys bowling team. This is my first time personally seeing Shane up close. Sometimes you only need one shot for it to watch a player, and it tells you everything you need to know. Coming down to the wire on 13 and 14 in U18 boys. They will come over to 11 and 12 for their championship match. Biondo, however, is still clean. Carmichael, bang. Gives it a couple of extra seconds of stare. All right, as we're staring down, 9 spare, 9 spare. Tyler Paulus, there you see right of your screen, another late 3-bagger for Paulus. He can shoot 215 Brett Biondo's max is now 216. And that puts, so Rustine. Oh boy, this is interesting. And now Azra, I jinxed him. I said staring down, 9 spare, 9 spare. That's my bad, Shane. I gave you the old Black Cloud broadcaster jinx here. Steen still got a chance. He controls his own fate. Just got the can opener to carry the 5-7. He can shoot 226. Swanson can only get to 186. Great shot. Nice rebound there from Shane. He looks like a cool kid too. He just looks like he's got a little swagger to him. Biondo is locked in the game in the 2-0s, but it may not be enough. He's still got work to do. I beg your pardon. So that was Rustine who's at the top. So Steen that can shoot 186. Anthony Swanson can get to 226. So it's Swanson, Biondo, and Paulus. This big shot here for Brett Biondo is going to be on the right of your screen here in a moment. After the Carmichael double, Ryan waits. That was important because you want to be in the 2 teams if you're Brett. At least you have to force Swanson and Biondo just left 5. Greek Church, so he loses a ton of count. So now the door is wide open. Paul is still with work to do. Same thing with Swanson. And Swanson just went through the nose, so he's in the 2-0s. Meanwhile, Shane here, after the open in the second, big double. And keeping things close early between he and Ryan Carmichael. Paulus has to strike here. Four 7 there for Tyler. Now Swanson needs to make the spare. He needs at least 1. So Anthony Swanson and Brett Biondo. Meanwhile, Carmichael sending pins everywhere. But he can get locked in very quickly. That's what I've learned about Ryan Carmichael. Shot repeatability, very good. Well, shout out to my guy, Roger Bird. I didn't see you in the chat there, RB. Hope all is well. Thank you for your service, Mr. Bird, of course, on this Memorial Day weekend. 20 years, 20 plus years now, shoot. 23 years now in the Navy. A good friend there. Carmichael going right to left for the left side spares. He is clean through 6. Big lead, but it could be down to 20 here. Right now, the difference in this match is the open frame in the second, or Shane would have the lead. Shane. Oh, see it. All right, just a 2-pin. His high school teammate, Anthony Swanson, about to bowl for the U18 boys title. This is the definition of a very good title match here. Bang. Ryan Carmichael gives me kind of old soul vibes to a degree, right? He's going to be very good at bowling for his entire life. Like, you just look ahead, you look back on these young moments of his life, but when he gets to well past that PBA 50, he's just going to have all the tricks in the toolbox, everything you need to be successful. He's already got it. To me, he just looks like a bowling connoisseur. With some old soul carry. With a little bit of swag, with a gold chain. I see you, Ryan. With a little bit of gold and a pager. Shout out to the cool kids. It's a big double, though. Now forcing Shane in a situation where he's basically in a must strike. .36 here for Shane, almost done with the practice shots for Swanson and Biondo. It could just be me, but it feels like it's been a long time, at least since I've seen Anthony Swanson win a title. But I've watched Brett Biondo win a lot lately. All of a sudden now Shane's best is 224. Right now, Carmichael pacing in the 230. So if he were to go spare in the 9th, strike in the 10th, that'd put him in the 230s. And as the 10-pin wiggles, all right, Shane, best he can do now is 203. And Carmichael, of course, with tons of wiggle room as we get underway. Next door, U18 Boys Championship. 10-pin here for the Evanston Township young student in Anthony Swanson, who I can just remember seeing Anthony. He's still young, early in his career. But this is about that time where you start seeing the legit physical maturation from these players. And the growth portion of things too. And Anthony is he's hit the growth spurt. Good shot there for Brett. All right, Mr. Carmichael, 234, a match, another championship for Ryan Carmichael. I tell you, I hope I see Shane again. Very impressive young man. Biondo. 6 just lays right in front of the 10. All right, now officially 234, 189. Championship match belongs to Ryan Carmichael and U16 Boys. And now the final match of the day to conclude. And a couple of 10 pins so far for Swanson. He bowled on this pair maybe game 4, game 5 of qualifying. And at the time I said, watching his ball reaction, he was in a different bowling ball. He's also coming from a different pair, so there's a lot of things that are different, obviously, and several more games bowled on the pair since. So a little different than the last time he was on it. Spare is made. Okay. Got a little steeper, it looked like, with the angle. See if we can figure out the difference here. It looks like you got a little further left, right at 25. Brett Biondo. Well, we saw him maybe game 1 or 2 this morning during qualifying, and of course the first thing I thought about the last time I saw Brett was him winning the Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament, which won him a cool $10,000 scholarship. Big payday, especially for youth bowling. Savannah Portillo, who often competes on the Elite Youth Tour. She is from Michigan. She won the girls division for $5,000. I see what Brett's doing too, using his hand. As his friend almost kind of stand up the back of it more a little bit to control, I think, front part of the lane. Now quickly to Swanson. He's got to see it. And trouble. Here's a look at the Biondo shot. Brett's got a few tricks too. Brother Brandon was in the building earlier with his niece, with Brett's niece, that is, young Blair Bold. And she is I would say a shining star of like that brightness, that what you need if you're feeling down. Right, there's a couple U12 bowlers that give you that smile. If you're feeling down and you need to watch something that'll make you feel good about what's happening in life, watch Blair Quinlan Biondo bowl. Good spare. 2-7. Right now, lead belongs to Biondo by 21. Very good at staying in his process. He talked about that when he won in Iowa. And he's been winning on a variety of lane conditions too. That event in Decorah was certainly difficult. This pattern began as the 2025 USBC Queens pattern. And because 45 feet, speed bump, certainly a high level of difficulty. You watch players this morning not really have a good idea on how to attack the lanes, which makes for what I would call, essentially lane chaos or lane play chaos. As you travel pair to pair, you have no idea what you're getting. Because more than likely, everyone has done something different. And now the first open for Biondo. Opportunity knocks. for Anthony Swanson. Had to have that one. It just felt like if Swanson can get going, you don't want that lead to build potentially too far ahead for Swanson if you're Biondo. So that was a very important bounce back here in the 6th. Meanwhile, opportunity for Swanson. Posts it. 4-pin. I think that was a little left. Pleased with the 4-pin. Looked like solid execution, though. It's a good look. See, he's sliding in the left gutter. That's got to peel, and it will not. Anthony in some trouble. Went back up at it. Had a moment of opportunity. And now the ball lands back in the court of Brett Biondo. Back score for Swanson, 206. .245 still the max for Brett Biondo. Wow, what a shot that was. Whew. That was a leave, no doubt. Dead posted, well executed. About as good of a shot as you will see. Certainly from someone of that caliber. That was dead money. There's only one match going, but several audible conversations going on around us. Eighth frame. Another one, high flush. Well, this is turning into the year of Brett Biondo. Swanson still with room to work, but not a lot of runway left to take off. The squeak. Oh, wow. And that's when you know. Probably the best shot of the match there for Anthony. And then, as we've all been, if you bowl, certainly, you throw your best shot and then the 9-pin stares at you in the face. Kind of like chef's kiss, right? Except, you know, the dish wasn't that great, but the chef comes out and gives you the chef's kiss. Ninth frame. Well, we are working our way down to it. 186, the max score for Anthony Swanson. Brett right now already with 182 on the board. Make or miss, he'll just need 5 pins in the 10th frame, specifically if he misses. However, if he makes it, and there you have it. Three pins and 2 shots. Very confident that Mr. Biondo will be able to handle that. And there it is. Brett Biondo does it again. Wow. Sometimes, folks, you get on one of those runs. I'm assuming Brett is going to bowl junior gold, but, you know, this is right. This is, you want to be bowling your best right now. Get some extra sessions in. Get yourself prepared for junior gold. There's one more EYT coming up in June. It'll be at Centennial Lanes 2.0 in Tinley Park, Illinois, June 27th. Whew. Another scholarship, another first place check, another EYT title. Brett Biondo, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Swanson will finish second today. Still don't know from the, I don't know personally what Anthony's college list looks like, but I got it's I mentioned this earlier, but he's got a musical background, fantastic musician, plays the piano, and I'm sure some other instruments that I don't know about. Family is a music family, brother same way. I'm imagining whatever is in the future college-wise, I personally would hope it would include bowling, but I know it's going to include some music. All right, folks, now it's officially champions time here. So just this season alone, if I can remember correctly, and even doing a brief sprint through our EYT Instagram. So Brett won in October and November. And then I'm trying to remember if he won the, I thought he won a Battle Royale, but he did not. So the season starts in August, if I remember correctly. So that's at least 3 titles this year for. And as I scroll, I saw Eli Franco too. I know he's got a couple this season also. The best part about what I just scrolled through was seeing the essentially the change in the faces for some of these players as they get older. And Jersey went back to back. This is Brett's 4th title this season. Xavier Martinez now with 5 titles. Well, he's on the road to EMI Kiefer. The X, baby. He throwing up the X. He's like who used to do that in the NFL? Des Bryant? Des Bryant throw up the X? Caitlin Stahl now with 4 titles. Franco. Again, multi-time champ now. Nice job today by Jessica, who I know middle of the game she was thinking, this one just may not be my day, and then unfortunate situation there late for Grace. Gave Jessica an opportunity to win, and she did in the 10th frame. Needed the first one in the 10th. Ryan Carmichael, your U16 boys champion. Sarah Legoo, the girls 2026 USBC Youth Ambassador of the Year, now gets her first EYT title. Brett Biondo, again, 4 times this season. He's won every title he's got this year. And not the year 2026, but this season. A couple in the fall, 2 here in the spring. primed and ready for what hopefully is a very good junior gold for Brett upcoming. Jackie Holmes, very impressed with her. She was very good in the step ladder and gave Mats Thunberg all he could handle. There on the right, you see the upcoming event, June 27th, Centennial Lanes 2.0. Group champion opportunity, as you know. So make sure you get your entries in if you plan on bowling in June. Again, at Centennial Lanes, Woodley Dangerfield, who was our cover athlete for that upcoming event, will gladly welcome you. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us today. Thank you for hanging out with us for about 8 hours. Here today, a true work shift, 9 to 5. We started at 9. We close at 5. Congrats to all of our champions from left to right. Jersey Asbeatty, Xavier Martinez, Katie Stahl, Eli Franco, Jessica Peavis, Ryan Carmichael, Sarah Legou, Brett Biondo, and Mats Thunberg. Again, next month we will be in Tinley Park. Hello to Kate. Kate's got to do what she got to do to get this photo. Again, if you have not, get your entries in June 27th. And there it is. Long drive back for some. But there you go. Centennial Lanes 2.0. We'll see you in June. Until then, you guys be safe. Be cool out there. Enjoy the rest of your Memorial Day weekend. Thank you to all of those who have served as well. We appreciate you tuning in for our entire staff this week. Deandra Asbeatty, Corbin, Rochelle, Aretha, Kate, Jawan, Steve, and everybody who was unable to be here with us. We say so long for now. This has been a presentation of the Elite Stream. Thank you to our sponsors, of course, Storm, Bullstream TV, Dexter, Fast Track Physio, Turbo, Gail Volschel, and, of course, H5G Brands. The Leave Your Mark Open, all complete. We'll see you locked in and ready to go in June, courtesy of the Elite Youth Tour. Make sure you check out the new website, eliteyouthtour.com. Until then, you guys, again, be safe, be well, and we'll see you in June here on the Elite Stream, courtesy of Bullstream TV.